PKA 590 with our guest Ed Bolian. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Blue Chew, Feals CBD, and Lock and Load. A great CBD product to help you relax and sleep, and 2 wonderful penis products to have your dick roaring, raging, coming more than ever, veiny and angry, and we'll talk more about that later. Ed, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Line of work.
Yeah, what a thing.
I love Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Yes, Bolian. Thank you.
All right, cool.
So I was on your channel checking up on you again, and every time I do that, like I'm not a big car guy, but every time I do, your vibe and like just the expensive cars, I'm like, this looks like a fun life to lead, even if you don't care about cars. Like, oh, what are we doing today? Oh, we're gonna drive Santa Monica Boulevard in a $400,000 Ferrari or something, and I'm gonna critique it, which is the best. Like, I don't like the radio. I don't like something like that. So everything's been great for you, I'm sure.
Oh, life's been great. Yeah, we're having a whole lot of fun. I mean, that's the idea, is that obviously cars are the medium through which we communicate, but at the same time, the goal is that it's entertaining, hopefully a little bit beyond that. And so, one of the biggest praises we ever get is like, my wife can stand it when I watch your stuff. And that's about as high as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, go for it.
The Tesla truck. So I got an update on my phone like 20 minutes ago, and it said that it had been canceled, that there was going to be no Tesla truck. And I was like, oh man, Woody knew it all along. And I'm scrolling because I was really considered buying this thing. And I got to the bottom, and then I realized it was dated April 1st. And I didn't have time to do any checking up. But here you are. Do you know anything about this? Was it an April Fool's joke? Was it just like a bad one at that?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
It wasn't like the article was written like punched up to be funny.
It was a terrible joke. I fell for it the whole way through.
I mean, I fell for it because it's like very believable. I think that he, because the article was written like, oh, it just turned out that it was unfeasible to make the trucks in the giga plants, that the Tesla Y and blah blah whatever the fuck else is much more easily built there, and the pricing model just didn't come to fruition. And I'm like, all right, this is like a professionally written article. This isn't a joke, but it's April 1st at the bottom. So it's just like propaganda I read or something. I'm not sure.
Car manufacturers have usually had like a real strong penchant for, elaborate April Fool's jokes. And so, yes, that's what it was. But at the same time, they're not that much closer to actually delivering the things. It's not as though we're seeing many of them really out testing. There are some in the Texas factory and things like that, but it's, we know that whenever Elon Musk or Tesla promise something, it's probably going to find a way to happen, but he probably at the point of making that promise doesn't have the slightest clue how it will happen.
I mean, being the richest person in the world kind of like makes it easy occasionally to just make things happen that are important to you, it seems.
That's true.
I really like that meme where Elon Musk becomes the Karen of Twitter, and she wants to speak to the manager.
He just buys 10% of Twitter and is like, I want an edit button, and you're adding it, bitch.
Yeah, he's the largest stakeholder in Twitter now by a long shot, apparently. I think the other two.
Yeah, I was reading.
Circle back to Ed, but I'm really curious how Taylor's response feels about Elon Musk buying Twitter.
It depends if it goes in entertaining direction, frankly. Like, if nothing ends up happening from it, who gives a shit? If he starts like, Trump, you're back, baby, then I'm like, hell yes. That's so much better for the platform. Get Trump out there. I'm back. Like, he just tweets something.
What if that was his first tweet? What if that was his first tweet? I'm back.
He would get right back into it. He'd be like, Joe, finding out quickly that presidential 15 in the first year. Like, making fun of him getting fat or something, gaining weight. He'd do something.
You know how Trump could get your vote, Taylor?
I've already said, solidarity with you, I'm never voting again.
Okay, but here's how I could convince you to vote anyway, to break your pact with me, the fellow.
Mm-hmm.
I would be Trump's campaign manager. The first ad would be him losing as the Trump, everything was stolen from him, to like huge orchestral music. Think like Lord of the Rings here, like when Gandalf falls to the Balrog. Okay, like that kind of scene, that kind of setting with the music. Joe stealing the election, lots of that, lots of devil eyes I'd put in them, but that little glint where you're not sure if that was a reptilian or not. I'd throw a lot of those in.
Like one frame things where it goes from Joe Biden's face, one frame of a swastika and back to his face.
Real subtle. He gets those goat irises where like
just one frame in the whole video, and Joe looks confused, and then he turns to Goat Man, and then he goes back to doing what he's supposed to do, what they want him to do. But there would be a part, Taylor, where like everybody would be like, you'd show the crying Trump fans, right? Mm-hmm. And you'd show the cheering, like purple-headed fat women and all that, like cackling and stuff.
Yeah.
And then there'd be a moment where like the music really dropped, and like the whole screen's washed out white, okay? And everybody's shielding their eyes. They're not sure what they're looking at. And you hear Donald Trump's voice. And he says, "I'm not Donald Trump. I'm Donald Trump the White." And he's come back. No dye in his hair. He's taking it seriously now. He's Donald Trump the White, okay? He's pulling a full Gandalf.
He's in Gandalf's robes, but he has a hood.
He has the hood.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He's got it up.
This was a genuine oversight by the costume people.
See, that way you get your dog whistle in, okay? You get the Tolkien voting block. Very important voting block. All right, you got to get that.
That's what I'm a member of.
You just lock the whole fucking thing up, honestly.
I'm excited about your fake video.
Yeah, I really got to learn how to like do some sort of video editing or something so I can make these things happen.
Yeah, you got to pilot that out, see how people feel. Just test it to a few.
I'm thinking claymation.
Oh, yes.
I was with you until then. There's something about claymation that upsets me.
That is the worst idea.
The stop motion sculpting effort is.
All right, well, I'll just return $8,000 worth of video equipment that I built this whole joke up to promote. Okay,
I would like if Trump
channel.
Trump becomes like he'll only now be on TV deep faked onto John Cena's body. He's tired of the jokes. He wants to be jacked.
And that's the only way.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, have you seen him recently?
Yeah.
He's lost. Our theory was right, or maybe it was just my theory that he was going to lose a shit ton of weight right after he lost the election.
Wow,
that's last week, folks.
I think he could pick up porn stars nowadays.
He's in a robe. Yeah.
Wow. You've never seen this picture, Taylor?
No.
Oh, this picture made the rounds as he was running the first time. It's just like an embarrassing photo, but it didn't stick.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything embarrassing about it.
I mean, it's not Burt Reynolds on a bear rug. I mean,
I don't know who
just looks like a guy on a bed.
Yeah, he's just. I mean, it's not like a good picture or anything. It probably wouldn't want people to see that one. You go through your camera roll after you take a bunch of pictures on like a summer day out with your girlfriend. Mm-hmm. You're like, all right, like 80% of those made the cut. Maybe not the one where the bee chased us. Okay, that's the bee.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's not super embarrassing, but it's also not flattering.
To answer the Elon Musk thing, I hope he brings Trump back. That would be so good. So that would be a very entertaining timeline. That would be fun to watch.
It would, yeah. I saw this. It was a meme somewhere, and they're like, so Jeff Bezos buys the Washington Post, one of America's major newspapers. Bill Gates has contributed something like $100 million to different journalists and such, and then Elon Musk buys Twitter, and it's like the American oligarchs are owning our information sources.
Yeah, that's not new.
It just got more though, right? To buy Twitter is a big deal.
How active are you guys on Twitter?
Oh.
I post every month.
Every month. Yeah. Mostly it's a place for joking every so often, but hockey highlights for me.
Every time I never post anything on Twitter, but I like to go there to read, and it always makes me upset to see there are people who think a certain way. Oh, that person's just so different from me. They're almost like a different species or something. I don't know.
A lot of people feel that way, but Twitter doesn't get me that way at all. But I'm not immune to it though, because maybe last year Facebook would all the time. Now I watch a podcast where I don't know why I'm pimping them. Do you guys know the Breaking Points podcast at all? Are you familiar with this?
No, not familiar.
So they're a news podcast. Their whole spiel is just ripping on mainstream media about how dishonest and how unfair they paint every story, while they themselves are dishonest and paint every story wildly unfairly. And it infuriates. I get my daily dose of being infuriated at someone on the internet from them. And YouTube has figured out this dumbass will click on every video they put there, and off I go.
Yeah. It's easy to like get yourself upset about stuff that doesn't matter at all. Like I did this to myself like a week ago. It was because hockey is different from the other major sports in that in football, there are a ton of huge metropolises where that's the biggest team. So there's a huge Baltimore journalism presence for the Ravens. There's a huge presence for the Raiders, whatever the hell. In hockey, it's so much less popular that you only get huge news from Toronto media. So everything is about the Maple Leafs all the time. And like, I got genuinely mad because all these Leafs fans were like, Austin Matthews is better than Connor McDavid, which is going to mean nothing to you if you don't know the hockey world, but it triggered me real good. And I was like responding to journalists like, you clown, you fucking clown. That's so wrong. Here's their stats. Here's this. And I kept getting blocked by these journalists. I'm like, all right, I'm going to be less aggressive. I disagree with your take. Here's their past 3 years of stats. That guy blocked me. And so I'm just getting blocked all over the place from Toronto sports media for being like, Connor McDavid's obviously better. He's the best player in the world, bar none. Stop your Toronto cope. Is it that bad that you have the second best player in the world? Can you celebrate that? No, he's got to be the best. And it just like better. That couldn't matter less in my whole world. Mm-hmm. And I got mad about it for no reason. And it just shows like you'll find a way to get, if you're in an agitated mood, you'll find something to get. But it kind of looks
good on paper, I'll grant you that. But if you actually watch the games, it's all about Austin.
Yeah, I'm not getting sucked in, man.
Found his hot button.
It was a hot button. And I know that like a couple of people were like trolling. Have you ever been trolled, and as you're being trolled, you can't help but respond? Like someone like in quasi earnest being like, just take a look at Gretzky's numbers this season compared to Austin Matthews. And it's like, no, it's not even close. But I know you're lying and it's still getting to me. But I know what you mean. I don't listen to political podcasts. That sounds miserable. But if that is the way you say it is, it doesn't sound fun to listen to.
Did you see the video that Fox News supposedly edited to make Joe Biden look lost and confused?
Yes,
I want to know
how
much
knowing it was edited.
We need to know how much of an edit there was done, though, because my guess is, look, it wasn't a deep fake. He was walking around lost.
When you're done.
Okay, please tell me then. How much of it was edited?
So what happened is Tucker Carlson showed a video of Joe Biden in two different instances. In the first one, he's looking at, he's kind of like looking lost and confused, and then they cut it. So what happened was he was looking in the room for someone, and then he introduced that person to someone else. So right before he saw that person, he goes, "Oh, you, like, come here." They cut it.
Yeah.
So he looked like he didn't know where he was going or what room he was in.
He did.
But in reality, he's scanning a sea of people trying to find the person that he's looking for. And then there's another instance where Obama is talking to someone. Biden sort of puts his hand on his shoulder, like to get his attention. Obama talks for a few seconds longer and then turns around and Biden introduces someone to Obama. And right before Obama turns around, that's where the cut is. So they make it look like Obama ignored him for some indefinite amount of time. And
there's also like another little clip where like Obama has like a group that has gravitated around his nucleus.
That's the second one.
Okay, and they're off to the left, and Joe's off to the right, kind of like. He looks real. He looks like he's trying to make it to the bathroom, but it was too late or something. He looks so confused. He looks.
So
like
where I remember it, he has his hand on Obama's shoulder, and Obama didn't like immediately stop talking. I don't think he even knows whose hand is on his shoulder.
Of course not.
You know, so. But so he continues on for a minute, turns around, sees it's Joe, and gives him the attention.
In any case, can we at least admit that there are several parts in those videos where, regardless of what he was trying to do or who was in the room, he looks like a confused, weak-old man.
He does. Yeah, he does have he has old man face. Like, you know, confused old man face where your mouth is slightly agape and your eyes are too open and you're kind of just a little bit like just I guess befuddled would be the word.
He's like, frail too. It's a bad look, and because that like shit, I don't know. you start beating the same drum again and again. You start looking for that thing, right? Joe Biden speaking poorly and stuttering. Joe Biden looking confused. Like you just push that narrative out again and again and again. Then every time he makes it true, it's that much worse. Where if you were to do that same thing to like Jim Jordan, for example, well, he doesn't have a problem with looking like a goof like that. He's the wrestler dude who overlooked the pedophiles. I
don't even know who that is.
He's a good speaker. He's a Republican. It doesn't matter. I picked him because he's alert and cognizant. I don't know if that's what I'm looking. Coherent. He's alert and coherent. And if you were to try to like find a moment where he was perhaps looking into a sea of people, it wouldn't stick because he doesn't have that issue. But Joe Biden, on the other hand, it sticks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of examples of him looking befuddled and confused with old man face. Like just kind of looking out of it or giving speeches in ways that are disjointed or like, you don't know anything, Jack, like just out of nowhere. We're like, hey, what do you think about Ukraine? Hey, Jack, I'll tell you what about my hair.
Yeah,
legs.
you dog-faced pony boy or whatever it is.
Dog-faced pony soldier boy.
You said pony boy is funny. It almost makes it sound like it's some sort of a kink. Oh, he's a pony boy. Get him out of here. Fucking creep.
What did he really say?
Pony soldier.
Dog-faced pony soldier.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, neither make any sense. But
I mean, the neurons in his brain are dying. Like it was just the four closest words to the number of syllables closest to the phrase he was supposed to say. Like
if I remember right, the explanation was it was a line from a movie. But like all the king's horses and all the king's men could not find that line in any movie. He found it up. He didn't get
that one.
Yeah, he's like, oh, that's from an old John Wayne film, and they're like, nah,
fuck out of here. Nah,
that would be a funny like desperate cover. Like fact check, it was actually done in a 1927 student film, which he. Yes, it was in German. Do you know he doesn't speak German? Do you know he didn't speak German?
So I got a few bets out there now that say varying things about the election, like before it's even begun. But I think I got Trump winning with a couple people just right out of the gate, like I did back in 2016, and I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen.
You put a little money on it?
Yeah, like 100 with one person, maybe 50 with another. No, I've got 100 with Mitty that Trump will not go to jail or receive any charges. Really, like he won't be found guilty of anything that matters, and even if he is, it won't be like a felony that sticks to him or hurts him. It'll be like, oh, you misdemeanor mismanagement charges. You've got to organize that paperwork better next time.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to go to jail.
Yeah, so I got 100 on that. And Mitty's like, well, but for how long? And I'm like, I'll give you 4 years. What? He's like, whoa. Like, yeah, in the next 4 years he won't, because as soon as the election process starts, like nothing's happening after that.
Yeah. Are you taking even odds on those bets?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it seems like something should pay out better, but.
Probably so.
You should give him odds because it's way less likely.
It's going to happen though. It's just going to happen.
What's going to happen? I was looking up the
one bet is that Trump will not that nothing will stick to Trump legally, that he might hit a misdemeanor like mismanagement charge or whatever, like some bullshit thing that rich company people get. Sure. But it won't be like fucking felony sedition, hang him from the highest steeple. Like nothing like that is happening. He ain't going to jail. And I gave him a 4-year time limit. So in 4 years, Mitty's got to pay out. Shit, I just
should shorten that.
2026.
I might
with the way inflation goes, you're getting the equivalent of a.
You're going to get 3 gallons of gas in 2026.
Oh my goodness.
It'll be.
What was the other one? Just Trump winning the election.
Oh, just Trump winning the election against the entire field of conservatives and Democrats.
I would take that one. I know that he's.
Of course you would.
Well, I know.
Yeah. From my point, or from like, would you take Trump?
I think Trump will not be the next president. I think there's a strong chance he's collecting money and he keeps it.
That's what they said in 2016, and the momentum built. He could do it. And he took it. So like, here's the thing: Trump right now has, actually, as of last month, like April 28th or something like that. I want to say he had like 120 million in the coffers,
something like that.
The entire Republican Party has about 45. The entire Democrat Party has about 44.
He has more than each combined.
Both of them combined, which really means that he has all of his money and all of the conservative money. And don't forget, like, attack ads don't work on him. So any attack ad they make is that where they put his face on TV can only like serve him well.
There's a reason he has more money, and it's not because he's collecting more, which you might think. It's because he's not spending it. He's not running for anything. The
Correct.
Trump PACs just collect money and keep it. The Republican PACs collect money and they buy ads, they buy legal fees, they buy transportation, whatever it takes to run a campaign. Trump, on the other hand, just gathers cash.
Whatever it takes to run all the campaigns. That's the other thing
Yes.
to keep in mind. Trump's $100 million in money is just for Trump. Their $40 million has to get divvied out to these little state congressional things, like anywhere. Oh, did you want some poster board? All right, like it's a huge amount of money that he's raised, and he hasn't started raising it for real yet. Like, he hasn't even announced yet, but he's out there at the rallies and he's doing his old thing.
You might be right, especially during the early part of the Republican primary. I think that money's a big advantage. Eventually, there will be a Democratic nominee, and that guy will go swimming in cash. He'll have no trouble, whoever it is.
You got to respect the grind, though. Here's the thing. Like we're like, he hasn't announced. It's way too early to announce. No one announces. No one has announced. Even Biden hasn't announced.
True. Yeah, that's true.
And yet, there's only one man out there grinding right now. Right now, I bet Donald Trump's on the road somewhere, like going over his notes, eating fried chicken, and getting blown by someone who is not that hack that he walks around with.
If I wasn't busy, I would go to his rally this weekend. I was thinking of going. It's in North Carolina. It's like 30 minutes from me or something. But I will be 4 hours from me, so I'm not. I might have a motorcycle.
If I'd known that last one was in Commerce, Georgia, I'd have absolutely went. Like that's where I grew up. Like, my dad lives like 30 minutes from there. Like, I totally went. But I'm not a huge Trump fan, right? No,
it doesn't know me, but the audience does. But I would go for the experience. I just want to see what's up. I'll go people watching. I want to see the magic. My girlfriend and I used to go people watching on the weekends. We'd go to like the jockey lot or the flea market, like those big open market like things where you walk around and like one guy's selling turtles and then some other guy is selling like cologne he made himself. You know, it's that kind of outdoor market.
Gross.
And the people watching is fantastic. Like,
that's a Georgia thing. There's just a lot of that happening.
Yeah, it's real cool. So like a Trump rally is that on steroids. It's almost like they're doing people watching and having a fair about it. Like everyone there is celebrating the same, that they are of one mind. And they got their team colors on. It's like going to a football game where the other side didn't even show.
It's fun to be surrounded by people. It's fun to be surrounded by people of the same.
It's a good way to put it.
Yeah, that is a really well phrased. I want to go and see if it's like. See, you would be foolish to believe that the Trump rally is really what all gas no brakes, I think, says it is, right? He surely finds the dumbest guy there and gets them to like not believe anything Trump.
You got to find good
did
content.
wrong. Yeah. So I want to go and see the actual people and see what they're like.
See, I'm like the opposite of. I have no interest to go to any political rally ever because I imagine, like, even though Trump is the funniest politician ever, it's not going to be like a stand-up show. I'll get the highlights. I'll get the funny clips later. Like, I don't care about the stuff where he's like, and now let's get serious for a minute.
Can we give it up for our cops?
And it's like, shut up. Like, make fun of someone.
That would be the disappointing part. Anything serious doesn't live up to the hype, and you're like want to fast forward through it.
You go there like,
gonna talk about our cops, our brave hero. You're like, boo!
Boo! Call Hillary fat! Call her fat again!
Give me a nickname! I want a nickname!
Take his coat, get him out of here.
You mentioned the all gas no brakes guy. I think he's Channel 5 News now on YouTube. My understanding, like from the outside looking in, was that like the all gas no brakes thing was owned by a media company maybe, and they like paid him a pittance and ripped him off, sort of stole his idea. And so he like rebranded his Channel 5 News, and now he's doing his own thing. Last I heard, Andrew Callahan, I think is his name. Last I heard, he was trying to get to Ukraine next. After I think last time I looked, he was doing the Freedom Convoy in DC, but like Ukraine was on the horizon once he had a passport. So I like that guy.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he went and did his own thing now, separate from whoever like had something over on him, and is doing his YouTube channel now under like the name Channel 5 News. So he just introduces himself as Channel 5 News, as the same guy.
Business can be interesting that way, and like in the YouTube world. So I have two examples that come to mind where like this company takes someone, they take this personality, they make them huge, and now that personality realizes that they're really the person in the driver's seat. Jenna Marbles did that, right? She was with Barstool Sports, and after a while, she's like, I'm leaving you because really it's about me. And she got rich and famous without paying Barstool Sports very much. And they're like, we made you. And it's like, yeah, maybe, but now I am me, so bite me.
Yeah,
I want to watch that happen. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's fair, right? Isn't that fair? Like it's not like they developed her. Like did they?
I don't know.
Even if they did, it doesn't matter. Like at some point, you're your own person. You don't own me. I'm not a product. Like the work I do for you. If you have a thing you're plugging me into, if I come on and do your show, then like that's your product. That show that we did together. But I'm still me.
Like here's an example. Let's say. Did you want to say something, Ed?
Oh, no, I was just going to say it's an issue that we've seen a lot in the car world because 10 years ago, you were sort of captive to whatever platform you were releasing content on, and the same in sports and everything else. But when a lot of the publishers had a bit of a failure of imagination as to what would happen if they let their writers plug their social channels, and they allowed it, and those that were successful in it took the audience, built more of an audience, and totally crushed the people who they used to write $100 articles for. And so, Doug DeMuro is the biggest example of that in the car world, is that he was writing for Jalopnik, and then he just they let him embed his YouTube videos at a time when no one was making any money on YouTube. He starts to get a subscriber base, and now he's the biggest car YouTuber in the world. And so it's one of those things that we see a lot. And it was old media approach, right? The only thing that matters is their ability to be on my site, and that's no longer true.
Yeah, Machinima was like that. How much did they fuck up and drop the ball that like C. Nanners and Hutch and all the biggest people at the time just kind of left? Like a lot of those companies were trying to like move old style corporate structures into the new digital world, and it didn't work out for them. And the cocaine, I was told, didn't help at Machinima's headquarters.
Oh, the Debevois. Allegedly. I don't know.
Allegedly. I've only heard from people I trust.
Only from direct eyewitnesses.
People are saying.
Only from verified direct eyewitnesses who are incredibly trustworthy.
Very good people, very smart people.
Just people on the ground, that's all. The only people who are managing to stay like to that old media thing and like keep their shit locked up and are still able to say fuck you to anybody and everybody's the UFC though. They still do that pay-per-view model. They've got ESPN in cahoots with them. Like it doesn't matter. You'll get paid what you'll get paid if you want to be on the biggest stage in the world. And it's fairly competitive. Like if you get paid what you're worth and a lot. So like this Patty the Batty guy, right? Getting paid $12,000 to show up and $12,000 to win. His Barstool Sports money aside, because he's getting he's got a 7-figure deal there. But as far as the UFC goes, like he's able to say at this point clearly, hey, next fight, new contract, right? There's no way that Dana White's going to be like, no, there's no way I'm giving you $75,000 next time, right? Like that's probably all he has to do. It's like it's an extra 100 or 200,000 that this kid wants. Like he's going to make that happen. But if he wanted 10 million to show up, Dana White would say, "Go fuck yourself." And you can't leave.
UFC contracts are interesting in this way. Like let's say, here's me. I'm an average UFC fighter, which is to say amazing, but amongst UFC fighters, I'm kind of average. They're like, all right, Woody, I will pay you a $40,000 to show, $40,000 to win, and you'll fight other average people. If you think you're about to make a title run, I'll pay you 80 and 80, but you're about to go down murderer's row. And murderer's row might get you, like you could go on a 3-fight losing streak and find yourself out. So Patty, be careful what you wish for. Patty's facing easier competition in the UFC than he did to get into the UFC in the like minor league shows. If he starts getting 75, for example, then they're going to ask him to fight some mother truckers. And
since we're kind of touching on UFC, I got to talk about Khamzat Chimaev. This guy, he's fighting this weekend. It's the unbeaten guy with the hair.
Are you having a stroke?
He has the name wrong. So
Khamzat?
That part might
Do you
be
taste
right.
Oh, did I get the last name wrong?
I thought you started with a Z. Did I make a mistake? I'd make mistakes.
I thought it was like Chimaev or something like that.
I'm about to get it right.
I mean, it's going to be some other gobbledygook word. It's not like
it is. It's
not like I made beeps or something.
It's Khamzat Chimaev.
Y'all freaked out.
Oh, thank you.
Obviously.
Anyway, Khamzat
I know who that is.
fighting this weekend. Everybody's pretty hyped about it. He's fighting Gilbert Burns, and so I've been watching his like embedded thing. And how hard he's training for this fight. And I've never seen anything quite like this. He goes to sleep after training 4 times that day. And then he wakes up at midnight to train a 5th time that day. And he starts doing self like affirmations while he does speed rope in the dark while his coach times him. And I wrote down what he said.
How do you
to
time
himself.
someone in the dark?
What? He's sitting in the dark because the speed rope's going click, 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 click. He's hitting a speed rope at midnight in the dark with his coach, talking to himself. And this is what he said. I'm the best ever. Click, 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 click. Better than everybody. Smash everybody. Nobody's like me. He's too slow, coach. He's too weak. I'm too strong, too fast. My conditioning has no limit. Limited edition conditioning. And then he said something, and then the music like kicks in and like that little docudrama, and it goes, he said, my right hand, coach, it broke the mountains. And then he starts going fast. And I was like, all right, I like this guy a lot. This guy's great. He's talking about breaking mountains and shit.
Was he doing it? Was he saying that like in kind of broken English?
Oh, yeah. In that like cutesy sort of like barely able to speak the language kind of. Yeah, nonsense.
In an endearing way.
Very much endearing. Yeah, it's and when he says smash, he says smash. It's no, I'm looking forward to that fight big time.
So he was talking about how he got inspired to go into the UFC, right? So at this point, he's like the number 2 Swiss wrestler or something. I don't know why he wrestles in Switzerland. He's Russian of some sort. But anyway, he watches Conor McGregor knock out Jose Aldo in 13 seconds. Conor McGregor is a bad man right now, the baddest man on the planet in his weight class. And he says this: if that guy did that shit, why can't I? Mentally, I'm stronger than him. My body, bigger than him. I was feeling at that time, if I met him outside, I could break him. If he makes that money, why not me? And it's like, dude, when I was watching Conor on his run, I never thought that. I never thought, why not me?
I honestly thought like, oh, wow. So they make ninjas
Chechnya.
in Ireland. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No,
Where's
that's a good quote.
Chechnya?
Oh, God.
It's in Western Russia, right?
That's where they had like those ethnic cleansing wars for like a decade. This guy's maybe that's not a hair lip. Maybe it's a bullet wound.
I don't understand Russian borders anymore.
I don't either.
Well, they border like 30 fucking countries.
But like, what is Russia? What is just what Russia thinks is Russia? Is Georgia Russia, for example?
Yes.
They'd like it to be.
I think Chechnya is Russia, but I don't know.
Yeah, Chechnya is a region of Russia, so that's why like Khabib is Russian.
Well, he's not.
He's from there, right?
No, he's from Dagestan.
Oh, well, I was just using the only other guy I know, Dagestan. Now, see that could be Russia too. I don't know.
Relevant though. He's just a hard as nail motherfucker who grew up in a rough place, and really looking forward to see him fight this weekend. He's a real ugly guy too, which I appreciate.
Do you ever just look at a map of Europe without the names and realize you don't know anything about how the world works?
Oh God,
well, I do that with lots of maps too.
Can you believe they got? Let me ask you a real question, Taylor. Let me ask you a real question. How sure are you that they have cars in Moldova?
I'm pretty sure. I bet they're like Eastern Bloc cars. Either that, or is that one of the places where they have big F1 races?
Here's what I would guess. Monaco. I would guess that the car to oxen-driven cart ratio is not 1-0.
You know what I would bet? I bet they have really strong, physically hardy women there.
From pulling the carts.
from so many of their men
When the
having
oxen
died
aren't ready?
in anonymous battles and wars, probably.
I don't know if they fight in wars in Moldova. Soon maybe we'll see how things go.
What's happening
I'm
in
such a
Moldova?
dumbass. I thought Moldova was like blue-watered Mediterranean
Maldives, that
location.
is, yes.
That sounds like a much nicer place.
Look at the way you look at Moldova on the map. It's one of those countries where like another country steals all of their access to water. It's like Moldova's here and Ukraine's like just like steals. It's like, have you ever seen Croatia? The audacity of Croatia. Pull up Croatia and look at what they're doing to Serbia and all these other places of this beautiful beach, and Croatia just slices it. Have you looked at Croatia? It's a total U. They just stole the entire.
That has to be a byproduct. I don't know anything about the situation. That has to be a byproduct of a real badass group of people, don't you think? Like there was at some point, those other people wanted access to that river or coastline, and they were just like, "No, do you want to die for it though?" Like that happened at some point, right?
There is an example of a look at
Oh,
that.
That's not fair. Look at that.
Look at it goes all the way down.
Look, after the city of Plos or whatever, there's a tiny gap for Bosnia to get its food, and then Croatia said, "Fuck you, we're taking Dubrovnik as well." The little additional bit. Very
that's
unfair.
the gap. I do see it. Yeah, they let it so it doesn't even connect. They just took it. That's hilarious. We'll let you have one
cheatery.
There's an example of this closer to home. And Kyle, I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but Georgia and Alabama got butt fucked by Florida. They're just like, "Oh, the golf? Yeah, that's mine."
Yeah, they just let on. Well, see, there was a time when they had the entire southern United States butt fucked. Remember the Louisiana Purchase, like those lines went all the or some map that I've seen where it just like cuts. The wording was from here and everything westward. Like they didn't even know what was there. So
Russia's like, the fuck?
So it literally was like a straight line that went to California and into the Pacific Ocean. It was like, all of that too.
It made Oklahoma like 1,000 miles long.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Those old maps. It's great. No, we don't have a lot of coastline, and what we have sucks. You ever been to Jekyll Island?
I didn't know there was one.
It's a muddy pustule off the coast of Georgia that you have to go on over a bridge to see. I cut my feet a lot on those conch shells in that muddy water. I don't know what I was doing out there. I think back now to how far I walked from shore, and it probably pales in comparison to some of the nonsense Woody did back in the day in Jersey, but like, we were easily 1,000 yards out, like half of like you could just walk, like it was like up to your like belly button, and like we were feeling around on the ocean floor for like conch shells. They're sharp, and we were like we're collecting them. I don't know. We did that
for oysters. We would eat them at night in the. And
you would not want to eat an oyster from where we were.
Good point, Kyle, because I'm sure the oysters on the bottom of Long Beach Island in New Jersey, that's where you want them.
You're like coming up with a bucket. We call this Jersey City Gold. just a bunch of rotten oil slippery.
Let me tell you how bad this vacation I was on. This was also
they had just removed lead from the gas when I was doing this.
Well, that's what they have instead of oysters is lead.
That's probably Jekyll Island. But it's like a nice part maybe. Like it just so happened this was the super wow trip, the one where I got corralled into like that socially awkward like Bible study group for a week in Jekyll Island. Yeah, it was the worst. But it was also the year when they had those massive fires in Florida, and so the smoke was coming up the coast, and it turned the water like ash colored. Like there was so much smoke that the ocean water turned to ash. It was disgusting.
How does Florida burn? I feel like it's so muggy, it'd be hard to get anything going.
Oh, they burn. Central Florida burns like crazy.
Oh, it burns
across the highway. Yeah,
I feel like this is a Kramer answer. Oh, it burns.
Oh, it burns. My friend Bob Sacamano was down there 2 summers ago.
He started a huge place.
Yeah.
It's also what'll happen if DeSantis puts up too much of a fight against Trump, I think. But yeah.
Ooh, he'll just go Sherman on him and burn Florida.
So I don't know anything about this DeSantis guy. He's the governor of Florida, right?
Yes.
Okay, so everything I've heard about him. So he's the guy behind the what do they call that bill that protects children?
Don't say gay.
Yeah, that one. He's behind that bill, and but every now and then I hear him speak out like on the COVID stuff. I remember him being like super lax,
Yes, no masks, no closing anything.
And I saw this map the other day that showed deaths per like 1,000 state by state with a color map that like and clearly like Florida was ahead a little bit, like quite a bit. It was like maybe an extra person per 1,000 died versus like the places that were super locked down. But it's like, man, that's not that bad considering that they did like 2 full spring breaks where nobody gave a fuck.
Yeah, they're like actively mocking people wearing masks and stuff.
Yeah.
Here, I think DeSantis' story is interesting. So he was a politician, not really of note. Like he wasn't killing it on the big stage or anything. And he was what I'll call a traditional Republican. Oh, that doesn't look bad for Florida. It was what I'll call a traditional Republican. Let's do the small government thing. Let's do the pro-life thing, whatever. And then he saw Trump's success and he rebranded himself, right? This is a guy who went to Yale and then he went to Harvard to get his law degree. He comes from money. He's really smart, but now like his whole thing is like, I'm going to the right of Trump on COVID. I'm going to the right here. I'm the guy. I'm more Trump than Trump. I'm Trump, but I speak like an intelligent guy. But I speak a lot like Trump, just without the stuttering and confusion. And he's a better Trump than Trump is. But
Donald Trump says we need to send back illegal immigrants to their own countries. I say not.
We send them to our enemies' countries.
That's a good line too. So yeah, he's sort of joined the performative theater branch of the Republican Party, where he's previously like a traditional one, and he's wildly successful with it. He might be a good pick to be the next president.
Really?
He's 43.
Young?
43?
Yeah, I thought that it's weird to see a politician not elderly. I feel like
it is these days.
He's not a great looking 43.
He's Florida.
That's valid.
It's a lot of sun taxing.
But the traditional mindset of a politician is that you win the 51st percent, and that's how you win. So you target the center, you end up just your side of center, and that's how you win. And unless the other candidate, like Hillary Clinton was so polarizing that you've got a chance. And so, so Trump proved that you didn't have to do that. And DeSantis is certainly rolling heavy into that mindset.
Yeah.
Is he like
agree.
The big guy that they think is going to run?
I would say Trump is the big guy they think is going to run.
Outside
but
of
DeSantis is like...
He's number 2.
Who else is there? I don't hear about anybody.
Marco
else.
Rubio, I'm sure.
That guy sucks, not him.
Like all of the standard guys. What's his name? Romney will want back in. Ted Cruz
Romney sucks. Ted Cruz sucks. Rubio sucks.
I mean, I don't like these people. I'm just telling you who's going to run.
DeSantis would have a tremendous chance if Trump didn't run. But they will split the same voting group, and they could end up costing both each other the primary to somebody else who, just
that's Trump's running mate right there. That's the dream fucking team. You lock up Florida.
Would be pretty hard.
You go ahead and lock up Florida. You got the younger guy who like you feel so much more secure with like an 83-year-old Donald Trump or whatever he'll be. like that's the dream team.
Kyle's not wrong. They are currently mortal enemies. They hate each other. But we've watched this play out with Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham, where as soon as there's a clear victor, then they stop being enemies.
Enemy of my enemy is my friend. Okay. And nobody likes those dirty Democrats trying to take our children and put them in those indoctrination camps. I've seen the camps with my own eyes.
They're kidnapping kids.
I mean, not literally
chaining them up in the It's a Small World ride. We've known about this.
I've seen the camps in my own visions.
Actually, based on the new definition of literally, according to Webster's dictionary, I have literally seen those camps. now in Webster's dictionary, I guess literally is defined as figuratively, because that's how it's used most often. Because we have fallen into an idiocracy in which people didn't know what the word literally meant.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't change the definition because people start using a word incorrectly. You would hope
you
literally do. That's how definitions work.
That they literally did that in the traditional definition.
That's how we got to where we are. I promise you, if we step back 50 years, you'll barely understand the language. 500 and you won't be able to
50 years?
speak.
They have TV shows from then, dude. I would figure
and
it
they
out.
sound
almost
weird.
50.
Here's a perfect example. Look at Woody, 50 years old.
Woodworth, doth thou ready yourself for feasting time? Oh yeah, I remember when I was a kid. Yeah, the ritual slaughter of animals on our farm in serfdom. Yeah, no. There should at least be a little. Isn't that the line that the dictionary is supposed to hold? Hold the line of word definitions. Like, hey, you're using that one incorrectly.
No. If a
No.
bunch of the line, they're not the Rohirrim.
Hold.
I'm
They're not
kind
the
of on
Rohirrim
Team
of
Taylor with
vocabulary.
this, in that, look, if we invent a new word, right? If all of a sudden we start saying like this thing is like giga huge, and that just becomes a way of saying really big,
Yeah.
fine. Now we have a new word.
I like
But
that.
if I start using literally incorrectly, we should have a real resistance to changing the definition.
I've resisted it
Yeah.
for a decade.
I'm with you.
I resisted it for a decade. And what's the other one that I hate? When people say I could care less.
supposedly,
Oh,
Do you know what you're saying when you say you could care less?
you care quite a bit, I guess.
Yeah.
You're defining the amount you care as
Yes.
greater than zero.
Yeah.
I could draw this on a math board if
You're
if
I
saying-
could care quite a bit less.
I
couldn't care less.
couldn't care less about how you want to say that phrase because you're wrong.
No, I'm with you. I am. I take great pride in knowing the difference between farther and further. That's one of my things.
Do you ever dominate someone in public with that?
No.
Constantly.
You meant further. Sir, get away from me. You're approaching another customer's drive-through window.
Sir, you couldn't go.
I couldn't help but notice.
That is not the urinal feedback I was looking for. Oh, me.
You to pull up further.
I meant when I said get further away, you knew what I meant.
Yeah, get the hell away from me. Yeah.
I was I don't know how I stumbled on it, but someone was talking about Dan Gable, the like famous American wrestler who was like,
I don't know who that is.
he invented the Gable grip. You've heard of the Gable grip?
I have.
You lock your hands. Anyway, famous American wrestler, and it was a quote from one of his roommates.
Let me
I
go.
get- What?
Let me go.
I'm
not gay.
Apparently one night, Dan like jumped out of bed and started doing push-ups like in the middle of the night, and he was like, "What are you doing?" And he had a nightmare that the Russians were training harder than him. he had a nightmare that his Russian opponent at the Olympics was out there training right now, and he slept on a Russian sleep schedule so that he knew that he would be training when they were training, and he could literally go further. Like that mattered.
Yeah, as if that would matter.
Apparently
Depriving
it
yourself
did.
of sunlight.
Apparently it did. Look at his
And
Wikipedia.
this was an inspirational figure to you? Or,
It has been for some time. Yes,
Okay,
I wake
yeah.
up in the night and do push-ups a lot. I do.
yeah. That's a
Not
I
even
mean,
good.
that's not very good fatigue management from this guy.
I
He needs to be
know.
resting. He needs to be recovering. Nothing would make a Russian competitor happier than knowing, do you know your competitor has had no vitamin D in the last 6 weeks and he's doing push-ups in the middle of the night? It's like, this is great news for Igor. I'm going to fuck that retard up.
And I had a question.
sure.
All right. Let's pretend I'm buying a thing, right? Motorcycle, car, a thing. And I'm reasonably confident everyone's selling this thing for like $8,000, but one silly head puts it up for $6,000. Does Ed try to get that guy to $4,000, or
Oh, yeah.
does he know he's got a deal when he sees it?
That's a great question. There's only been a handful of times in the car world where I've seen a deal that was so good that you didn't negotiate whatsoever. I think that it's if you get into a situation like that, negotiating is one of the best ways to figure out if you're being scammed. And if something is alarmingly below a market value, if you don't try to get some movement out of the seller, then you are running a greater risk of being scammed by that person. And so, it's just one of those things that I enjoy the negotiative feature of everything. And so, I'm always going to try.
You're in Georgia, is that right?
I am, yeah, north of Atlanta.
In New Jersey, I would 100% agree with you, because I feel like everyone sort of like, they don't get their feelings hurt by your offer. They're just, it's not so sensitive. Down here, like if you're not close enough, they'll be like, no, like, all right, I'll come up. Nah, you closed your door, Dick. You hurt my feelings by coming in at 1,000 under what I said. I don't want to hear your further offers. And not weird to me.
You know, it's possible. I think there's always people who get overly emotional about anything that's transactional. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm telling you what I'm committing to pay, and you should be telling me what you're committed to ask for. And whoever's commitment or resolve is stronger is probably the one that's going to come out ahead in it. And you know, I miss that about the day-to-day car business. I sold Lamborghinis, Aston Martins, McLarens, and Lotuses at an authorized dealer for 6 years, and the negotiating with people was the fun of it. Now, if you go in there today, everything's sold out. So every new car, pretty much from almost any brand right now, is sold out. So salesmen are just taking orders, and that sounds like an utterly miserable existence. I mean, you could go work at Target and have the same experience.
You phone.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's another thing. Now, I'm unfamiliar really with the world of high-end cars. You've sat in a car, I imagine, that is worth $2 million new, and a car that's worth $500,000 new. How do they distinguish themselves from each other? Do you ever sit in that $500,000 car and be like, what is this? Just leather from a cow? Like not even an ostrich or anything? Like, like this isn't human skin? What the fuck? I like, this feels pedestrian.
Would human skin be the best? Is that what we really want?
It would be the most prestigious.
Ickiness aside, is it like the most luxurious?
Probably too thin.
I'm not sure if it tans very well. Like, it
tans.
No, not really. If you thought about, and there aren't a lot of manufacturers that sell cars throughout that entire range, so it's not always apples to apples. But like, I was just out in Vegas with a sponsor, and we were doing a bit with the LaFerrari that ruined Steve Wynn's relationship with Ferrari. And so that's a car that new was at 1.6, and now it's worth about $4 million. And to be quite honest, the infotainment, the controls of the car, everything feels exactly like the $300,000 car that Ferrari sold. Now, it has a very exotic power plant, but the most significant thing about it is that it is built in a lower quantity, and that's what creates the value. And so it's not a car that they build 25,000 of in a 458 or 488. It's a car they said 499 of. And so, yeah, so that's a LaFerrari. About every decade, they build what they would call a supercar or a hypercar level thing. Supercar's been sort of brought down a notch as the word hypercar has come out. But that's a, 920 horsepower hybridized V12. Probably would be the last, big displacement version of a car like that they do. And it's always been known to be impossible to get one. And so it's an exclusivity and a barrier to entry, much more than like the tangible value there. Same thing with a McLaren. If you compare a McLaren Senna to a 720S or a 675 LT, same thing. It's not that much better. It might use a little bit more carbon fiber or something like that, but the experiential nature of it isn't wildly, wildly different. As cars get older, then certainly some of them start to get to be valuable based on whatever the criteria is. And hopefully that's because they're legitimately special. I mean, the way that someone would react to either seeing it or driving it is great. We shot Car Trek series last year at the Amelia Island Concours, and we opened by borrowing a $20 million McLaren F1 and drove it around for several hours, had a blast in it. And it's one of those things, it's a 90s supercar, the fastest car ever in the mid 90s, and went 240 miles an hour. And today, I have a car that I spent less than $200,000 on that is faster than it, makes a better noise, is a lot more comfortable, but it's special because, there's only 106 of those built, and it represents a lot of the reasons why we love cars. And so it's much more emotional than tangible at that point.
That makes sense.
Do you have this is such a dumb. What's your favorite car? But like you mentioned the F1, and at the time, if I have my history right, it competed with a Porsche, the 959.
Correct.
And I was always on team 959. I liked it so much more, as if I've touched either one of them. But like, if the 959, they lost money on that car. They were about the same price.
Correct.
The Porsche lost money on their 959. It was an amazing car. They had similar performance characteristics. 959 was maybe a little heavier, but I think it had actual air conditioning, and like it's a car you might want to own and live in. Whereas the F1 was almost like something Lotus would produce, like a wildly overpowered go-kart with make-believe, carbon fiber shell on top of it. And I was like, oh, that just seems cheap. And Porsche, like the thing I read is the executives would like scratch their head and look down at the ground when you asked them how much money they lost on every one. The Ferrari guys were like, we're making so much bank selling this overpowered go-kart to Ferrari fans. And that's why I liked it. So 959's always been my, like, if you could have anything, that's what you'd want.
So you preferred the Porsche that he showed over this car?
Yeah. Now that picture didn't look as flattering as it was in my memory, but
yeah, that was an awful Porsche.
Yeah, but
it's a stretched out car.
If I'm being honest, it's the worst Porsche I've ever seen.
Zach, can you find a picture that looks good of the 959?
No, Kyle, find a picture that looks worse and put it in the chat.
There are some of the prototypes looked really, really goofy, but it was like an elongated 911 that had, some new vents. There you go. That's a pretty
white
good
is
picture.
Not their color.
But it's it was the car that Bill Gates petitioned Congress, along with a lot of other rich people that were upset that Porsche refused to sell it to them, to create a new law called the show or display law. And so they ended up in, what was it? It was probably done in the 98 or so, is when you could sort of apply for cars that were not street legal in the US to come in, but you were limited to 2,500 miles a year. And so there was a rich guy lobby that got that bolted on to like the third bill it managed to pass on. And so, yeah, to me, the F1 is the ultimate car. I think that there's so many things that are distinctive about it. The big naturally aspirated V12, the central seating position, the exclusivity, and it being the fastest. The 959 was arguably the first car to officially go 200 miles an hour in stock form, and it was built for Group B racing, which is great. The McLaren F1 wasn't really built as a race car, although it was very successful against the 959. And so, they're all great. But the great thing is, when you find a dream car like that, it can be something that changes the way that you look at cars in general. And I think that there's a lot of things about my Lamborghini that I like because of what I like about the F1. And I think that you don't have to always get to the point of having the dream car. The dream car may change over time. They build new ones every year. But that's one of the things that I love about how hybridized and complicated and technological new cars are. They don't make me want them more because I know what things will break on them, especially from being in a dealership setting.
One thing that can change is your idea of what the mission is, right? If it's like, I like this car because I enjoy track day. And then over time, you're like, truthfully, I enjoy city driving. I like to drive in this thing and do a look at me type thing. And air conditioning is really essential in that environment, whereas it wasn't at the track. When the mission changes, the car can change. And that's a thing too.
Absolutely. And, one of the things that happens, especially with some of these, halo cars like that, is that if you ever got there, it gets a lot harder to enjoy cheap cars again. And so many of us have had so much fun in junky old cars that was a lot of why we started doing the types of videos we call them Car Trek. And it's us absolutely knocking off Top Gear. And we do it because, it's kind of like comedians in cars getting coffee. If you watch Seinfeld in that, it is abundantly obvious that the first sponsor came to him and he made them agree to the show concept before. But he made him agree to the sponsorship before he told him what he was going to do. Because if he had told them, I'm going to go borrow a car that's nicer than something I would normally drive to wherever I'm going to drive it, which is going to be a coffee shop, and I'm going to go with a friend that I already have, and we're going to complain about being famous. And nobody sponsors that, but they did, and it was successful. And so this was the same situation. Like, we had a sponsor who was open to kind of us doing whatever we wanted. And they're like, well, if you're going to tell us we can do anything, we're going to play Top Gear. And we figured out a way to do that. And so we come up with a goofy challenge. And so, like, most recently, it was that we had to import a car. So a car that was more than 25 years old. After that, you don't have to have show or display. You can just bring anything in. And so I brought in a right-hand drive TVR Cerbero. That was probably the first legal one in the U.S. And we make up some adventures. We go rent a track and have an awful lot of fun. And so yeah, I think that as long as you can still find ways to enjoy whatever it is about the automotive hobby or any hobby that you want, whether it's shooting guns or fishing or anything else, just, whatever it is that makes it mean something to you, that's what you always have to find a way to gravitate back towards.
Yeah. I mean, cars are a fun one.
There you go.
Very, very high barrier to entry, but
Yeah,
very neat.
I haven't found that nicer motorcycles change my enjoyment of cheaper ones, like at all. Like today I rode a DRZ 400 for the few people who know that bike. It's an inexpensive Suzuki that hasn't changed since maybe 1999. Like if I'm not right, I'm really close.
Sure.
And I love that bike. I went out to the drugstore, pick up stuff for my wife, and I just zip it around, driving irresponsibly, and it's a blast.
How's she doing since the crash?
That's a supermoto version. That's a DRZ 400 though. She's doing well. So for Ed's benefit, or the audience who hasn't heard, my wife was learning to drive a motorcycle, and it didn't come easily to her. And she had a professional instructor who wasn't me, to be clear. And she's having a great day, just like buzzing around, picking up speed, getting into like 4th and 5th gear in an off-road environment on a small bike. I think it was like 10 horsepower Honda dirt bike. And maybe she got fatigued or something, but she crashed into a tree at full throttle and dislocated. It's the AC joint where the collarbone meets the shoulder. I'm blocking it in the camera. It's right around here. So her shoulder for some period of time, like a week, hung down low. And the top of it here was kind of normal, and then this part was down low. So the doctor took they called it a suture, but basically he took some string, pulled her shoulder back in, and that went really well. They saw the x-rays like a week later, and he was bragging about how symmetrical she was, how he killed it. She goes to PT once or twice a week, physical therapy, and they're very impressed with her range of motion. And she's not wearing a sling anymore. She's allowed to use the arm, but not put any weight in it. So basically, her range of motion, I don't think she has any restrictions on what she can do with it, but don't try to catch things, don't try to lift heavy things, stuff like that. She's maybe 3 weeks out from surgery, and she has 5 more before they put a weight in her head.
Goodness gracious. So is she getting back on that bike?
Yes. Yeah, she says yes. She's allowed to change her mind. No one's holding her to it or whatever. But she claims that this has not discouraged her. There was a moment where it did. She's had some highs and lows. She can be grumpy sometimes because she's limited in what she can do. And I have been injured. Anyone who watches this show knows I make bad decisions. And it can get you down emotionally. Like, shucks, I'm sort of tethered to boring shit. She's putting Lego things together in the dark. That's not fun.
That's really hard in the dark.
The why in the dark is because we have a projector screen, like as a TV. So you kind of turn the room lights down so that you can watch on this 109-inch effectively TV, which has her like sitting in the dark watching TV, putting Legos together. This is like if I was trying to make you depressed, that's what I would do to you.
Yeah.
I mean, the way you said it, I didn't see the TV
What's on
so
TV?
I imagined you walking in like Jackie, and she's like Bilbo when he goes for the ring.
It's worse than you think. She has these magnifying glasses on with flashlights that come out of either side, right? So you're like Jackie, and she's like,
Are the Legos the therapy?
No, that's just a hobby.
There's
not many things you can do when you're limited to carrying 1 pound and you can't catch.
Yeah.
What are your hobbies going to be?
Legos or TV?
She does paint by
TV?
numbers. She enjoys TV shows that I don't. She's currently in a Bionic Woman phase.
Holy shit, the old one?
Yes. Yeah. Is there a new Bionic Woman?
Apparently
it's way better than Bionic Man, according to her. I don't. The plot lines were stupid, and this. I had to tell her. I was like, look, if you have one really strong arm, you can't pick up a car. Have they reinforced her spine, her core? Like, how is she throwing rocks across the desert with one good arm? That's not how humans work. But and I ruined the show for her. But
she just starts crying. Why do you have to take everything from me? When you
You're gonna get
Raiders of the Lost Ark all over again.
This show looks terrible.
The Bionic Woman?
Is it
really
from
old.
1976?
I don't know. But it's super old. I watched it as a little kid. And
I watched The $6 Million Man. And
that's
the
the
Hulk.
Bionic Man. And the Hulk was so the Hulk, this is like Woody Young didn't get to choose TV, like childhood favorites. The Hulk and Dukes of Hazzard were my shows.
Ooh. Dukes of Hazzard is a good one. I didn't watch much of that, but like it was so culturally impactful that like I know all the little cliches and everything, you know. And like I remember, I got what's that? I don't know what kind of car that is.
I need
Dodge Charger. Dodge Charger.
I remember like someone pulled up next to me in one of those in a gas station with the rebel flag on the roof and everything, it was for sale for like $45,000, and I was like, if you didn't have that fucking flag on it, because it's so cool, dude. Like everything about it was it did the horn had played Dixie or whatever, and like it was the right color. It had the fucking gigantic...
Does the one from the show have the flag?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the movie with Johnny Knoxville? There's a part there's a part where they pull up at like a college or something, you know, they're not in Hazzard County anymore. It's all rebel flag on the roof. And like these people can see the roof and they start screaming at him because it's racist. But like Johnny Knoxville and like the other guy, I can't remember who it is.
Yeah.
They don't.
Can you find another picture, Zach? That doesn't look like it. That's like a toy of it.
Yeah,
it's the General Lee.
And it's interesting, you know, it was the right color, but there's not a set color because they just mixed a bunch of paint together to paint them, and because they crashed like 500 of the cars making the show. Actually, the guy who told today's car story on the VinWiki channel found the original one and restored it, and Bubba Watson owns that car now. There was a rumor that Bubba was taking the flag off the roof, but he hasn't done that. It's but those cars, yes, they were very, very collectible. I mean, I think Bubba paid like $150, and I think the peak transaction of like a significant screen used one was probably $250,000, and now you cannot give them away because of the flags. And even if you take them off or put an American flag on the top, people still know.
Because then it's not like it's from the show.
I know your car used to be racist.
You know what? A good workaround for that, considering people are retarded about flags, just throw a Union Jack up there.
There you
put do the next one. He did a General Grant, Yankee version.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I don't like that. That's just,
I love
that flag
so
looks
much.
terrible because it wasn't even the right proportions.
You know, your heritage is losing and mine is winning.
When the Duke boys hear of this.
My heritage with that war is we got to pick a side when we saw who was winning.
Zach, can you show Oklahoma?
No
I found something interesting about that. I always wondered why Oklahoma was shaped like it was. Can you pull up do
you have an answer for that panhandle thing?
I do.
Okay.
So as new states joined America, if they were higher than a certain parallel, then they weren't then they couldn't be slave states anymore. So, it's a picture without Texas. But if you could picture Texas where there's like the word Oklahoma is, the reason that it didn't go higher is because they wouldn't be allowed to have slaves anymore. So they just stayed.
Why didn't they go further west with that little dick they got?
They probably wanted to, and then other states, like whoever's to the west of that, was like, no.
New Mexico wasn't having it.
What is Oklahoma like? Like, are they the like come here state? Like everybody's like
Sooner, right?
They're the Sooner state.
I think that's just their sports team. The whole thing is called the Sooners.
Am I the only one who doesn't know what the fuck that means?
I know that they're like, go Sooners! Like,
does that mean,
excited about it.
Yeah, okay. Draw a Sooner for me real quick, though.
I couldn't. I don't know what it is.
Exactly.
That's a great question.
That's my point.
What is a Sooner?
A fan from Oklahoma. You son of a bitch.
Sooners is the name given to settlers who entered the unassigned lands in what is now the state of Oklahoma before the official start of the land rush of 1889.
So Sooner just means
they got there too soon. They didn't wait till it was a state. They got there too. I don't know, man.
So I think they got the land while it was free or something.
It was probably some homesteading thing.
Yeah.
So a Sooner is an Oklahoma Pilgrim pioneer, I should say.
That's what it appears to be.
My understanding of history comes from a Tom Cruise movie where he rode a horse across the field to get his favorite plot of land.
Don't forget that Nicolas Cage movie where he like saved the country and like got the Declaration of Independence. That taught me volume.
National treasure.
Dude, that's one of my favorite parts of history.
That's the best fucking biography I've ever seen.
And the compelling performance Nick Cage gives.
That's it. The Masons.
The Freemasons, the Stonecutters Club.
This country owes more to Nick Cage than perhaps any other individual based on the films that I've seen.
Which means we owe it to Bernie Madoff for making him broke enough to take every possible movie he could get.
Also, maybe Turkey or whoever he like bought that Tyrannosaurus Rex skull from that he had to return and not get his money back. It was like $25 million or something. Maybe it might have been. You'd have to Google it. I heard two different figures, and one of them was like absurd. But he bought a Tyrannosaurus Rex skull at auction, and then like maybe the country of Turkey or somebody like that came back at him and was like, actually, they weren't. That wasn't their T-Rex head to sell. That's our T-Rex head. And Nicolas Cage, cool guy that he is, was just like, yeah, okay, take it back then.
Wait, and he didn't get his money back?
No, because
he lost out his $250,000. So that he probably had to do a really stupid movie to get that money back.
He just has got his head above water. Over $6 million in property taxes and federal taxes he had to pay back. That's why he's been doing these movies like crazy the last few years.
Yeah. I'm really still upset about it because he made me watch Mandy.
Mandy was a good movie.
Mandy's fucking excellent. That's a gem. I recommend it to everyone. I watched it not too long ago.
People hold a grudge for your recommendation like I do.
Have you seen Mandy, Ed?
No.
It's a very weird, esoteric feeling Nick Cage movie, and Kyle and I liked it very much.
It's like an acid trip. Like acid is both present in the material of the movie. Like part of it is about this crazy Christian acid cult, but it's also like you feel like you're on acid a little bit while you're watching it because the themes sort of change as Nick Cage does more acid and the colors and the sound and everything. It's a little bit like an acid trip in movie form. It's good though.
When I watched that movie, I hated it so much. I developed this narrative in my head that Kyle and Taylor pranked me. like they recommended the movie Suicide Squad. Like, Woody, you're going to love it. Suicide Squad's the best. There's this really cool alligator character. Wait till he comes on. It's cool. It's great. Watch it to the end. Because I couldn't get
after the credits too.
I'm thinking about it.
And I'm watching this. I'm like, those guys are jerks. They know this movie's bad.
And then you came on the show that week, and or maybe it was even before. Kyle and I are like, and you're like, you guys fucking sent me on a goose chase. And we're like, we were recommending our friend a movie we liked, and you were sitting there fuming at us.
Pull up the Rotten Tomatoes for that thing. I bet it's super high. I don't know what it is. I've never looked, but like I love it. I love it so much.
I've only seen it once.
But
I've seen it 5 times. It's fucking great.
So the tomato meter is really high, 90%. The audience score is 67%, which isn't terrible, but it's not. It's a mismatch there.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me too, because I think if you don't have any idea, if you're going in blind, you'd be so confused. After a while, like if you've never seen anything like that before, like if you're expecting like
National Treasure.
Oh, yeah. I think maybe you, after the first person got burnt alive in a sack, you'd be a little thrown off.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good movie.
With the Nick Cage like dinosaur skull thing, anytime I hear about like rich celebrity purchases with stuff like that, I'm always like, is this like that art money laundering thing again, where rich people are like, oh, well, I bought this for a friend of mine appraised this for $3 million. And then I bought it for $3 million. I bought it for 10 grand for the artist. And then a friend of mine, an appraiser, said it's worth $3 million. And so I donated it to this public building, and I get to take $3 million off my tax or whatever.
I feel like this is a roundabout way of saying my Hunter Biden ink straw blowing paintings aren't worth what I think they are. That man's a genius.
Did y'all get yours?
His paintings suck.
I actually got an NFT of one of his paintings.
Dude, that would be so funny.
That's the new form version of bragging about your dinosaur head. Is the Paul brothers bragging about how much they bought of cyberpunks or whatever.
How many apes and zombies you own now?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's really how you know a celebrity's doing well.
Yeah.
Which one of the Paul brothers offered Kanye and Pete Davidson like $30 million each to fight?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was going to ask Zach to pull that very picture up. I found it too. Can we go back to Hunter Biden blowing his painting? Because
he discovered this while doing cocaine.
That is, I think he's using his crack pipe.
Is that recent?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's
that's so
if you
bad.
buy into the conspiracy, which I kind of do. This guy needs money, Hunter Biden, and he has made these ink blowing drawings, right? So you put ink on there, you blow them with a straw, and you get something like you're looking at on the screen. And then people are buying them for hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars. Mm-hmm. And it's like, this is elementary school art stuff. It actually isn't that bad to me. Like, I don't think I could do it quite as well.
That one in the top right looks kind of neat. It looks like
my
some like
7-year-old does that.
They look like petri dishes.
I'm gonna say he's an above average ink blower.
Get out of here.
You know how you can tell this is bullshit? Real artists don't have a assembly line of bullshit. He's got his one he finished 3 minutes ago on the left, and the one he's halfway through on the right, just pumping out trash.
and he's selling it
Olivia
for.
Can buy it.
Zach says his kids can do it. He's selling it for like a notable amount of money, pocketing that. And you might guess the people buying it want favors for the Biden administration. So that's the twist on it.
Well, I think that is reaching personally. I just think that
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, like
it is quite the reach that our
political families using their connections for personal gain.
I don't buy it.
Hang on.
Untold. I can't believe Hunter Biden is the first presidential child to take advantage of this.
I don't think he is.
The institution.
I really don't think he is. So they're 75 to 500,000. So like all right. So that's pretty wild then if they're $500,000. But my first thought process was like, I just can't imagine this scenario where like this literal crackhead calls up his father and the president and says, "Hey, Daddy, that guy from Iran we talked about, he bought the bubbles and for, yeah, 400,000. I gave him your Snapchat. Is that cool?" All right, cool. He'll hit you up soon. Yeah. No. His username, Allahu Akbar 6969420. Yeah.
696.
Yeah, he's gonna hit you up now. Like, does that go down? There's no way that goes down. I refuse to believe that goes down.
Not on Snapchat.
Yeah, I don't believe Joe Biden's on Snapchat. Joe Biden's on MySpace.
Oh my goodness.
He's the
hit me up on AOL.
Oh, that's my friend.
Can
Tom.
I just say the flower pot one looks cool to me? The one with like because I don't know if it's supposed to be that, but like it looks to me like a vase full of flowers. The blue.
I like the one by his legs.
Oh, I like that one. Can I? The more we look at him,
fucking sucks.
You're so wrong.
This shit is so bad.
I want the one by his legs. I like that one.
Now that I realize the one in the top right is a human figure, I'm a little more impressed.
Taylor, and a landscape with the sun. Okay,
this is 3 out of 10 art. Taylor, show some respect.
Dude,
this is better than I could do.
This is 6 or 7 out of 10 art as far as like abstract art goes.
You know why I don't love it? Because there's no depth to it. Like when I look at an actual oil painting and you can see like the brush strokes and the thickness and where like what they've done, especially if it's like an ocean or something like it, there's a little 3D aspect to it. With ink, it just soaks in.
That's
look how lazy he got with those mountains in that right one. No texture there. Were you too busy? Were you too? Oh, this cracks.
I like the mountains.
That was done with a genuine Donald Trump Sharpie.
I mean, 50 years from now, that's going to be in somebody's foyer, and somebody's going to walk in. Why do you have this painting? And they're going to say, well, the son of a sitting president was so broke from drug abuse that he had to sell them on Instagram. And yes, that's how I came to own it. I mean, that's an amazing story.
That is an amazing story.
What happened to all those payoffs from the Chinese?
They went to the
they're
big
flush
guy.
with paintings now.
They went to the big guy. Thank you. You stepped right into it.
Oh, whoa, no, you got me trapped.
Checkmate.
During the 2016
we will just give
election,
him the money. They don't have to give us these shitty paintings. They know we have an under the table deal, right? Like, stop giving me this bubble blowing bullshit. Bullshit. I don't want to say anything. I think his son might be retarded.
America. Stop dumping your trash here.
During the 2016 election, there was a broker in New York that was selling a Lamborghini Diablo that had previously been owned by Donald Trump. And Trump's owned 20 Lamborghinis. But it's a guy called me for a quote on it because they were selling it for probably $100,000 more than the car would have been worth. And he asked me what I thought of it. I said, well, right now, you're selling a Lamborghini that's owned by a presidential candidate, which it's not the only time that's happened. But who knows? A few months from now, it could be a Lamborghini that was owned by a president of the United States. And he's like, and they laughed me out of the room. And I was like, I mean, it's possible. He's still on the ballot.
Yeah.
And I mean, now the thing would be worth 10 times what it was for that reason. But yeah, there was a picture of Trump in it, like putting gas in it on Palm Beach Island or something. And I mean, he drove him around. But it's the same thing. Like it's a strange thing to be tied to a president that is certainly going to be a conversation piece for somebody later, even if it looks like it was
president.
For sure.
There you go. There you go. Wow.
Two-time
But
president?
well, one of them could be, I guess.
Who was the other one? Who's the president that did it twice? Garfield?
Well, lots
Grover
of them
Cleveland comes
mean
to
with a
mind.
gap
The
in
one that
between?
left and came back.
With the
right?
gap in between. Cleveland? Was it Grover Cleveland?
Zach says Cleveland. Got one.
Okay.
Nice little bit of trivia. He can add himself to great names like Cleveland.
What did Cleveland do?
He discovered the Cleveland, Ohio.
That's significant.
Yeah. Yeah, he was an explorer.
Hold on, just off the top of your head, nobody look it up. We have to guess what year Cleveland was president.
Shit, are you serious?
I know, I'm not going to get it right either, but we're going to look retarded.
I'm going to say his
1840.
presidency. I'm going to say his presidency covered 1927.
1840. Well, that's wrong.
Wow, we don't know.
I'm wrong.
1910.
Okay.
I'm going to say 1890.
Oh, look at you. Oh, just
Oh my God, you got it wrong, Taylor.
I missed it.
Taylor doesn't know shit about history. What the fuck, bro?
Man, that's
Wow.
a tough loss.
Nice
That
job
was-
going over, bitch.
Oh,
You
the
do not
7-10
win with
split.
1840 on that.
Yes, I do. What it was 1927.
I was 1 year off and 2 years off.
You
I
were in
had
the
some
middle
those
of the
digits,
two.
right?
That's
I mind swept that competition. I got as close as possible without getting it on there. Did you guys?
What was major accomplishments? Just besides discovering Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay, what was happening? What was happening in the 1890s?
Well, we'd gotten way past slavery by then, so everyone was equal.
The cotton gin
it
was.
had been like 25 years
around.
post-slavery, so everything was all good. But cotton gin had long been there because slavery had already been gone for 25 years. Equal rights and everything.
What else was going on?
1925.
The Spanish-American War was that was late 1890s, right?
What was going on in Europe? I think that's the more important question. I think you know more about like specifically France during the 1890s. Like that's your
I know
wheelhouse.
like that period, every military was like very into the spiked hat. The spiked
hat was big. Yeah.
Spiked helmets were huge up through World War I. And then
I think
they
they were
realized
useful.
it wasn't.
See what you do. You take it off and that spike, you stick it in the ground, and now you had a vessel to shave in. To do whatever. You had a little bowl.
Oh, is that? I thought
shaving
it was
your own
for a
hat?
headbutt. I thought that's where you're going with
Nah,
that.
nobody headbutts anymore.
You know the scene in Peacekeeper where the woman is flying headbutts? That's my interpretation of the spiked helmet.
Well, that's
it was
a superhero
for-
movie. See,
it was
what you've
for
done
trench
there is
warfare.
you've confused like a real life historical event again with like a DC superhero.
I do that. Yeah.
right, like National Treasure.
I saw
That's a historical event.
Mobius today.
Morbius, right?
It could be.
Wait, who is Morbius?
So
Is this another superhero?
It's another superhero. So it's a superhero origin story that I had never heard of. Oh, they say it's Mobius. I got it right.
I was asking. I didn't know.
Did he offer you a red or blue pill?
Oh, that's a different guy.
That's a much better film.
He's in the Spider-Man universe. I had never heard of this guy, but I walked into it thinking I had never heard of any of the Guardians of the Galaxy, and I kind of dig them now. So let's see what's up. This is a new Marvel character they're trying to introduce me to. Cool. There's a guy, we meet him when he's super young. He and his best friend have a rare genetic disease that like fucks up their blood. So they have to get their oil changed every three times a day, I think. And no, it's like a machine that takes their blood out, uncoagulates it, and puts it back.
Time for dialysis. Take your pants off.
So here's what he figures out, that vampire bats, because they drink blood, that's how they get their food, according to the movie. They have an anticoagulant ability. So he's going to take some vampire bat DNA, mix it with his own, and cure himself. Cool. Well, oopsie daisy. He didn't anticipate super strength, flying, being able to turn into a cloud of smoke.
Classic bat traits.
Yeah. At first there was some like batty things, like he got fangs. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute. Like what? I don't understand how he's turning into a cloud of smoke, but okie dokie. You know?
like, did he literally like gain magical powers through science?
Yes. It's a superhero movie.
Well, and they usually stick to
a radioactive spider.
They're like, all right, is this like Moon Knight, right? Egyptian god magic, and Thor, like Norse god magic. Iron Man, money.
You're right. I can't explain the ethereal part of it, like how he seems to like he can. I thought because it was a bat, he'd learn to fly, but I thought he'd take the form of a bat. I didn't think he'd take the form of like a
man bat. Is he a man bat?
Well, he looks like a vampire. He's a very vampire-ish type dude.
Does he have wings?
No. He doesn't get wings. That's what I was expecting, that he would take some sort of bat-like form to fly. But instead, he gets a little smoky and flies around.
Dude, this sounds awful.
It was a 6 out of 10 movie. Like, it was good.
That's the Woody scale, folks.
I do my best. You know what it was missing?
I'm just saying that might be a 3 out of 10. That sounded rough.
Yeah, that sounded
like you can get down with a smoky man. I that's not for me though.
My issue with it was a weird one. Like it lacked the sort of fun that I see in so many superhero movies and enjoy, right? Like, so Kyle, we're in a knife fight, right? Slash and boom, we're going for whatever. And then I come right at your head and you move it. And then you look at me and you give me this, hey, that could have hurt me look. Right? Mm-hmm. We've been in a knife fight for 40 seconds now. And there's a, hey, were you serious about that one? Sort of comic relief observation that happens all the time, right? Mm-hmm. I stand right next to it. The knife sticks into the wall right next to where my head was. And there's like oh, that could have been a big deal. Yeah. Like they do these reactions, this little comedy, these little like snarky remarks, and they make the movie good to me. This lacked that entirely. It was just took itself very seriously. They just told the story and didn't really dance around it. Like they didn't really have any flair. They just walked from beginning to end.
Well, I've heard it's one of the worst superhero movies that's ever been made. Certainly in modern times. That
actually made me want to see it. It increased my curiosity around it. Rotten Tomatoes, it's more popular than that made it out to be. Like I saw on Reddit, like Jared Leto. Was one of the, like he was in like the worst Batman. Now he's in the worst Marvel movie. And I was like, all right, you got me curious. I want to see how bad it is. Not as bad as it. 70% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. So it beats Mandy, some would say.
Yeah, wow, but like you got to look at who that audience is comprised of.
Geniuses.
Lots of children. Lots of children.
Dude, the Marvel Cinematic Universe could like shit on a plate and it would get 50%.
So that's the trick. Now, here's the thing. This is why it interests me. It appears that Sony... Oh, he's in the Spider-Man universe, by the way. This is Mobius. That Sony wants to have a universe. So they're kind of like getting the Spidey characters that Marvel didn't buy from them and trying to sort of whip up interest in their own universe.
Yeah.
And...
It didn't work.
To me, it's another DC. Like it's better than nothing, but it's hard to dethrone Marvel.
See, I don't like better than nothing. I don't think it doesn't really exist for me.
Okay.
I hope this fails badly to prevent other projects like it. I really do.
You're not going to give it a shot. You're not.
It looks like shit. No, as soon as I saw the character, like it looked like shit. Look, I'm watching Moon Knight right now, like thinking, just waiting on it to be awful because I know it's going to be awful. Moon Knight's just okay. It's the new Marvel TV show. Like, he's the guy with the split personalities, and he's got like Egyptian god powers. I don't know. I've watched episode 1, and it was just okay. CGI's wonky, and I don't think I give a shit if this guy lives or dies. So I mean, I'll watch, but I don't care about it. It's not any good.
I'll watch, but I'll do so with disdain in my heart.
I'll tell you what. I'll care about it as much as I care about season 4 of MasterChef. Right? They let a blind girl win a cooking competition somehow, and it's such bullshit because. And I'm not like anti-blind here, but there were like seeing competitors who were actually talented chefs, and they got kicked out for like.
Yeah, I am anti-blind, and it's bullshit.
When they get down to, I know he outed Helen Keller. When it got down to 4 people remaining, they do this thing where, all right, it gets down to 4 people remaining, and so they pair off into teams of 2, and whichever one has the best dish, they're safe that night. The team that has the worser dishes that lose that competition, they now have to face off against each other, and one of them leaves the show. And it's like right away that like they let the blind chick choose her teammate because she like she by name, and she picks the best cook on the show, obviously Becky, and so Becky has to plate for 6 people. Like it's not just the host of the chef; it's also like 3 famous chefs, like world famous. So she has to cook and serve for 6 people. Meanwhile, the other team has 2 people. She gets completely fucked over and she loses the show.
Seems like Becky should win.
That's what I was thinking. They should have been like, wait, you're missing 2 things off the plates. And it's like, well, I was working with a blind girl. That's what she should have said. Actually, the camera trickery that they're using and the editing skills to make it seem like a blind girl is still in this competition 10 weeks in are what really meant that you didn't get your rice cake, sir. That's why you get your rice cake, sir. We were trying to magic a blind girl into winning. It was such nonsense. They showed her cut. They showed her cut things twice in the whole show. I watched an entire season of this shit. She went. And she's got a helper all the time, and the helper's like, "That's good." And it's like, you're cutting a piece of fish with a razor sharp knife. There's no way she's cutting all that shit. The time I actually saw like what she really does was when they did the thing where like, all right, you 4 are gonna run a kitchen, and like for a restaurant, and like team 1 has 4 people running a side of the kitchen, and team 2 is running the other side of the kitchen, and they're competing against each other or whatever. And I'm like, so what is the blind chick doing in a professional kitchen where you see people moving fast, boiling water and stuff? She's standing there picking like cilantro leaves off the stems. She's the team leader, by the way.
Dropping them onto the ground.
She's filling she's been filling that bowl, which happens to be the trash can, for 3 fucking hours. They asked one of the co-hosts, like this guy Joe, who's like the meaner Gordon Ramsay, like, where do you think she fits into the kitchen? He's like, in the coat room.
I mean, it sounds like Joe's right.
And I was thinking, like, how's she ever gonna get my coat back to me? She doesn't know who I am or what I was wearing. She has no fucking clue. She's blind. So she's picking the stuff apart. She's the team leader, which means she's the one who's supposed to be like, more salt in that. Hey, get back over there. You need to be making more salmon patties. But she's fucking blind. So her helper has to be like, she's not stirring that. And then the blind girl goes, stir that more. And it's like, there's no way this is how y'all ran a fucking kitchen for 3 hours tonight.
Oh yeah.
There's no way
when you're like, when your ability to know when something is done is to like just catch it when it starts burning and smoke fills the air.
How would I use a blind person, right? If I'm cooking,
so many ways.
I would just make her my KitchenAid mixer. Right, that would be her job.
They have a KitchenAid mixer.
Well, we also have a blind person. We're trying to find a job for her.
She's also a
Woody's
little Asian
job
girl.
Creator.
No elbow grease, Woody. No elbow grease. Little Asian girl. All right. On episode,
does she win the whole thing?
She won the whole fucking thing. In episode 3, they made apple pies, and she was crying because she thought her apple pie was ugly. Gordon Ramsay's like, how do you think your pie looks? And she's like, probably like trash. She's crying. And he's like, and for the first time, the camera cuts the pie. Like the audience sees it for the first time. It's beautiful. And he's like, it's beautiful. And he starts like just really pumping her up, and she's crying, and I'm fucking crying watching this nonsense. And then like 10 episodes in, I'm
Propaganda.
like, I've seen too many good seeing women get cast aside so that this blind bitch can win this fucking $250,000. At the end, you get a cookbook. What do you do? Put it in Braille? Is it a Braille cookbook?
You were pro blindy.
I finished.
Your tears.
I didn't know they were going to let her win.
I was giving you new pronouns. You were so lame over.
You're a flip flopper.
I didn't know they were just going to let her win. They just let her win.
What if the reveal had been that she's not blind and that was strategy the whole time? I'm
glad you brought that up. That's my closing argument. I'm 45% sure this bitch is not blind because there's multiple. Here's they have an audition at the beginning. It's like everyone who won the regional events gets brought to LA, like 40 or 50 of them. Show us that blind bitch. Is that what you're doing? Yeah, look at her. What you looking at, honey? What are you looking at? Yeah,
I mean, she's getting in the. No, she's. Oh, that's chicken or something. I thought she had her hand in a bowl of milk.
I thought she was measuring the depth of the milk.
She's got her hand there so she knows when she's got enough. That's what she's doing. She's very blind.
I feel bad for her for being blind, but that's not fair to have her win if she can't even cut stuff.
She can cut stuff. She'll be like, "Where's my chef's knife?" And she'll fumble around for it, and then she's got it. It's great.
You said it was slowly though. Like the whole thing of these competitions is like Gordon screaming at them, like, "Whoa, you fucking stupid! Get it done!"
Not this one so much, but like in the very first episode, the audition episode, she's got that unfortunate thing that blind people get where their eyes are all wonky and they're one's looking left and one's looking right. And if the camera is positioned just right, you can really make that worse. They did that. They gave her like fucking hammerhead eyes, and she was like squid. What's that fucking that Pixar cartoon where there's that one weasel with the eyes on the side?
Oh, Sid the Sloth.
She went full Sid the Sloth on him with the way they like hit her. By the end,
pine cones.
Yeah, that's it. She's all wonky eyed there. By the end,
she looks normal. She looks normal there.
That sounded racist, but
don't make fun of her. She's all right. We can make fun of her because she's blind, but not because she's Asian, Woody. You're this close.
Crossing the line, dude.
You're this close.
Right? You called it.
I call that the Shanghai line there, and I won't allow you to cross it.
That's really unfair that they let her win. I'm sure she's a great chef, but it kind of can you imagine like every single runner-up knew why they didn't win, but they can all like rationalize it, like, oh yeah, I was in the season where the blind lady won. Obviously, I was a better chef. Like no. Like if Gordon is making a business decision, usually on these shows, the winning prize, at least on Hell's Kitchen or whatever it is they get a job at one of Gordon's restaurants, like a full-time job. He would not hire a blind woman to work at his restaurant.
In this one, the prize is $250,000, and you get a cookbook that they then promote through with the whole next season of the show. And you come on an episode of the next season, cook a dish, and then the contestants have to do one of your dishes from your cookbook. So you get like multiple episodes of a big TV show devoted to pushing your book. She now owns a restaurant in Texas.
So she has to write a book she can't read?
She wrote a book she couldn't read. Yeah.
I love the idea that she gets hired at a Gordon Ramsay restaurant and she works there for 2.5 weeks without knowing it's a Wendy's.
Oh, no.
Why do we fry so much here?
Shut up, Adam. Just say yes, chef.
So is she going to come back and host a challenge where everybody has to cook blindfolded next year? I mean, that
would be
absolutely obvious, right?
Oh, here's the best part of
the show. You're all going to do a challenge in my world, and Gordon turns her to face the contestants. That would be
So one of the things I learned real quickly when I started like trying to cook a little bit was like a real chef's knife, like that you keep sharp is super dangerous. And you don't realize how much you would cut yourself when you start using a good knife, you cut yourself. I guess what I'm getting at. They do this thing in the audition where they've narrowed it down to like 50, 60 people. There's still a crowd of assholes, and they line them up with like apples, and they're like, peel and slice those apples as uniformly as you can. I want perfect half slices of apples, no more and no less than 1/8 inch thick, as many as you can do. And they're like, all right, where's the peelers? The knives are right there. No peelers. So now you've got 60 people as fast as they can peeling and slicing apples with razor sharp sponsored kitchenware, and they're constantly going, medic. Like, some of them have so many bandages on their hands that they're just they put the bandages on and then they put gloves over the bandages, so they look like balloon animal hands that they're like slicing with at this point because they've cut every fucking finger, some of these dopes. And meanwhile Gordon's walking around like fail, like not even letting them finish.
These bloody apples.
He always makes sure it's always something different. It's not always apples. It could be carrots or potatoes or whatever the fuck. He gets down to two of them left. One of you gets to fight for $250,000. The other's going home fucking today. Like, you just got to Los Angeles. Like we haven't even gotten to the cool studio yet. Whoever I think is the better apple slicer, and they're 2 hours in to slice. There's a pile of fucking apples.
It's an endurance challenge.
These people are looking pale from blood loss. And like one poor asshole leaves like an apple stem in, and he's like, "Get the fuck out of here!" And like Susie, you're going to Hollywood or whatever.
Are you blind?
It's and they continuously do that old bit where he's like, "Tommy, take your apron off and put it back on extra tight because you're staying."
That's so stupid.
Oh, I love the Gordon fake outs.
I hate it. It's so cliche at this point. It's so lame. And yeah.
All right. So here's my best.
Sometimes he gets you.
My best and final observation from watching Masterchef. They had a season where they've got, it's all white people and Asian people. One black guy. He's 7 feet tall. Really talented chef. He ended up becoming in second place in that season. 7 foot tall guy. Blind. This is the blind chick season. He gets voted off though. Now there's only 6 remaining. But then at the beginning of the next episode, all right, now there's only 6 remaining. And now it's time for the celebrity chef. Coincidentally, look who it is. It's Paula Deen. Oh, that's crazy. They kicked the black guy off. And now here's Paula Deen. Cooked some shrimp and grits for y'all. With smiling with her big fake teeth and everything. And
I appreciate that favor he did for me last episode.
Right. And that's what I thought. I was like, that's funny. I wouldn't have been surprised if like the black guy was like, I will not be on TV with Paula Deen. I know what she said. Because this is around that time. Like that wouldn't surprise me. The next episode, after Paula Deen's gone, Gordon says, I've got an idea. We're going to have a competition with everyone who's been kicked off the show. One of them's coming back. They bring the black guy back the next episode. He's on the show, off the show for a single episode. Paula Deen comes in and then right back in. They did a workaround. I guarantee that's what happened. It's too perfect for it not to be true, and it's too funny for it not to be true.
Now that is funny, but Gordon has done the "you're out, but bring him back in" before.
It fits too well.
Maybe it is funnier to believe it's because
not everything's a psyop, Kyle.
Paula Deen. It's like
this is Paula Deen psyop.
No, I'm fine with the blind girl. You know what the
Masterchef
is.
over on Hulu. It's a fucking ball. I didn't watch anything else this week. I don't think I didn't catch up on Halo. I didn't watch anything else. I don't think. I've just been watching Gordon Ramsay. Oh, and I've been watching Star Trek: The Next Generation again, but on Paramount Plus, where it's in crystal clear high definition. Oh my God! You've never seen so many bad makeup jobs. Like there's so many times where they like mix like the makeup of like the fish man in with like his regular face. You can like see the line where it's all glued on and stuff. You can see screws in the set, like where like the panels are screwed in. You can see like a bit of schmutz like on the bottom of Picard's chair, and like where like people kicked the walls and stuff and left scuff marks. But best of all, you could see the deepest, most vivid camel toe you've ever seen on a primetime television show. It's incredible. It's incredible. Between
Who?
Mariana Sirtis, who plays Deanna Troi, she's got some nice camel.
I knew it'd be her. I had no doubt.
But the camel toe empress, as it were, is Worf's baby mama. I can't think of her name right now, but
Dax
it's the Klingon chick. No. They had a kid together. Alexander's a kid. This is TNG, not Deep Space Nine. But she shows up and she's in this like tight ass Klingon like lady sweatpants, and she's got a real deep one, just a real moose knuckle going on. It's vivid.
It's cool.
Yeah, I'm enjoying that. Yeah.
Dax and Worf have a romance or something?
They were married. They're married. Yeah.
So one of the co-presenters from Car Trek named it after Star Trek, obviously, and there is a full set recreation of like most of the Enterprise and everything else down in near Savannah, Georgia. And so it's always been his dream to go and film something there. And they are adamant that it was not created for pornographic purposes, but obviously. And we shot scenes there of,
That's
dressed
so
up.
cool.
They have outfits and everything. It's
I already have my
surreal to understand that like people work here. This is their thing. They do. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. I'm not like a super Trek nerd. I just like the shows. I would never show up at one of those conventions. I don't think I own a single piece of like memorabilia. I don't have any Spock ears or anything, but I just grew up watching that show with my dad from the time I was like 5 years old. And I don't know. I've always loved it and just despise Star Wars.
My father loved Star Trek too. Well, still does.
Which one did he like? Probably the original?
No, he liked TNG.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he liked Deep Space Nine too. But
I wonder how he would feel about if he went back. There's a few like anti-religion episodes. There's an episode where they get exposed to this like Bronze Age culture. They see Picard, and this guy starts talking about the Picard. He's like, I saw the Picard. He lives in the sky, and he fucking brings people back from the dead, and he flies and shit. He's the overseer, and like Picard's like having this meeting, like, I'm not gonna let these people slip back to where they were 2,000 years ago with this supernatural believing in gods and wizards nonsense. Like he's so mad about like the idea of them having a religion. It's a very anti-religion episode, I think, but it's true. Like Picard has to go down and the dude won't believe him. And he's like, fucking kill me then. Kill me. If that's the only thing that'll make you believe that I'm mortal, shoot me. And the guy shoots him and kills him. But, they just sneak him back up and patch him up. So, beam him back to the ship.
Picard taking chances. People
they're always so you never seen examples of like, I think maybe once you saw it, for maybe twice, where someone came and used their like advanced technology on like a primitive race to pretend like they were a god. Like I wanted to see more of that because it seems like it would be so easy to do. And Picard's always like the first to be like, no.
Picard was a spoil sport with his Prime Directive bullshit.
Yeah, you could have easily been like
Captain Kirk would have fucked with him.
They're trying to make more Star Trek movies, but I think the problem that's holding them back is that they want them to be those gigantic blockbuster movies, and they just need to be Star Trek movies. It doesn't need to compete with Marvel, but they really seem to want it to be like this gigantic thing. I wish they'd just tell a Star Trek story, though.
I like the Star Trek movies, and everybody else hates them, and I get it. You see Star Trek, you maybe want something a little less like the theatric equivalent of Smarties candy, right? But if you're like, hey, that's what Star Trek is. Star Trek is space problems solved with base jumping, motocross, and MMA skills. This is apparently the skill set you need to save the world going forward.
The show that I like is so much less boring. It's a space drama where the problems are solved with well thought out negotiations and like generally
wisdom.
and generally reasonable antagonists as well. I watched one last night and like it's these races who have been at arms for like generations, and one of them's like yells, and the other one's like, "Oh yeah, well what about this and that?" And Picard's like, "Please, gentlemen," and the guy's like, "Forgive me for my anger. You're right." And I'm like, no one has ever said that ever. No one's ever been like, you know what? I got angry and said something I didn't mean. Sorry about that. It literally said that. No, I like that part. I like the fucking sci-fi of it all, but I also like the gamesmanship. They don't need to even shoot. Like there wasn't a lot of shooting in Star Wars, believe it or not. Like it was mostly like talking about
shooting was dull.
Yeah,
something about Star Wars shooting typically is like one shot, phaser set on stun. We put that guy to sleep. It's
because the show's so cheap, like, and filming action is so expensive, right? Like the shows were a lot of, like that's combat. Like meanwhile, you're like, man, I'd fuck those Star Trek guys up with a shotgun. They'd be like, and I'd be like, boom, 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 boom. Like. Data's the only one left, right?
Why would you have picked a shotgun though?
Anything.
Why did it make that noise?
Any gun.
Yeah, but first of all, why did they make that noise? I didn't see you pump the shotgun at all.
It's a Benelli M4. I'm using whatever gun I imagine. It's a
How many
Benelli
rounds
F4.
are in your Benelli F4, Kyle?
Off the top of my head, like 10.
Oh, that's more than I expected.
I got 9-round tube, I think. I think you do a 9-round tube. Definitely do an 8. I take the whole fuck. Michael Dorn would be the last holdout. He played Worf. He still looks like he's a hardy gentleman.
Has he had a career outside of Worf?
No.
I wonder if he would have if you could recognize him.
I recognize him personally. He's best as Worf.
Okay.
They're all coming back for another cash grab next year. Don't worry. Picard season
face
3
made for radio.
He has a face made for a lot of makeup. He's not ugly, but he's just not like a notably good looking guy. Season 3 of Picard, I guess, has the whole TNG cast coming back, like the whole TNG cast. I refuse to watch any more of that show. I stopped at season 1. Brave New Worlds is coming out, and it's like a fresh reboot of the original series, basically, beginning with Pike and having Kirk in it and stuff. So I'm going to try that out. But I'm done with most of the Discovery stuff.
I had something I wanted to ask Ed, and it's about, because I know you're a big negotiator. You love negotiating, the art of it, the art of the deal, as exactly. They say.
As some say.
I'm sure you win most of the time. Are there any instances that jump to mind where someone like got the better of you and maybe you didn't know at the time, or you were post the fact like, God damn it, I should have gone for this, or I shouldn't have let that fucker take me?
That's a great question. There were a lot of car deals like that where you learn that somebody wasn't really negotiating. They were like just posturing to see what you would do. And so you get to the point of like going back and forth and agreeing to a deal, and they're like, well, I was really just testing you to see if after I came in and test drove this car later in the future, if that would somehow like, that would be, then you would do my deal or work with me or something like that. I'm like, well, I was always also testing you, jerk, to see if I could trust you, and you failed, so don't come. I don't ever want to hear from you again. But, so sorry, my phone was just vibrating against the computer. There's a guy from Homeland Security that just seized 6,000 cans of a counterfeit energy drink that was being sold as a Lamborghini energy drink. And I'm sure I'm not supposed to talk about it, but he wants me to destroy them in an entertaining fashion. And I don't know why he's calling me at 9 p.m. Eastern, but so I got to think of a fun and interesting way to blow up 3 pallets worth of
they're aluminum cans?
Yeah.
What size? 12 ounce or like the tall Red Bull cans?
Let's go with the assumption they're 12 ounces.
I mean, they do make those underbarrel grenade launchers that'll shoot a single can at a time. Really fucking fast.
But then we'd have to clean up however far they shoot, right? If we shot them 6,000 of them in the...
No, that's not your problem.
That's right.
Are you going to have it? Are you going to try any? See if you like the bootleg Lamborghini energy?
Oh, you'd have to try it. Yeah. I'm sure it's just...
I want to hang on to a few cans. I think they're about
labeled.
They're about to become very scarce, I think.
What if it makes you feel so good that you don't even want a Lambo anymore? You're trying to get rid of it.
That's why that was really the issue.
What if it's the best fucking soda you've ever had?
Wouldn't that be a problem? We'd have to take a bunch of stickers and turn them into some other name, the FPS Russia or whatever.
I don't do that.
I don't know how to destroy pallets of soda.
Yeah. Over time.
Entertaining way. Over time. the same way Taylor does.
Yeah. With stick-to-itiveness.
I recorded an interview today. It's probably something like that. Yeah. With a guy. They did this NFT art project, and the art was pieces of shrapnel from an exploded Lamborghini, and they blew up a Huracan in the desert in Nevada. And then they sold 999 NFTs of the pieces of it, like rotating. They put a sticker on it, said 841, and put it on turntable or whatever. And he talked about the links they had to go to make sure that the thing blew up into that many pieces without catching so much fire that it burnt. Yes, that is it.
Well, we didn't think it really through.
Yeah, well, it worked, I guess. They ended up getting a whole lot of people on the internet hating them. And so, yeah. But they raised, they bought they blew up a $2 million or $200,000 car, and they got $2 million in NFT sales. So it made some money.
Jesus Christ!
I mean, it's not stupid if it works.
I guess not. I have a question for you guys. So did you all start out as video game streamers?
Before streaming,
YouTubers,
so we made YouTube videos.
Okay, so and then you pivoted the YouTube channel towards a podcasting thing and just stopped playing video games in the background?
Kind of. I think that our interest in the game we were most popular as, Call of Duty, faded as everyone else's interest in Call of Duty faded, and it just sort of transitioned. Would you call that on target, Kyle?
Yeah, but like, we started the podcast, after we started doing gaming stuff, but it was always kind of its own separate thing while we did other stuff, even on YouTube. Like Woody went and did a bunch of he ran a Minecraft server, did a lot of Minecraft stuff for a long time, and I did the FPS Russia stuff, and Taylor had a career in the real world. That was awful.
Taylor was a grown-up.
Oh, man. So it wasn't like a marketplace pivot, it was just a personal interest evolution.
No, we didn't make any money here for like the first 5 years or something like that. It was just for fun. It's always kind of been for fun. It still is really fun,
Yeah.
Like,
good. That's fantastic. I was just curious if, as right now there's all this push towards like shorts content and reels and, a different form of, content creation. And I was curious if there was any thought towards changing the model.
I hate those YouTube shorts. You can't seek through the video. You have to watch the whole thing again. It's like they took the worst parts of Instagram, which I don't even use Instagram because like I made an account years ago. Like I think I followed like Jujimufu or someone, and it was like, oh, he did a video of him bench pressing 1,000 pounds, and then you like watch it, and it's like, oh, I have to hear him talk for 40 seconds, and then I can see the 2-second clip again. And I'm not using this, and YouTube's ripping that off. Yes. And now you go to like your favorite content creators' channels, and it's like, oh, are there any new videos? Oh no, there's 17 5-second clips. Okay, well this must be the new model of monetization. Hey, quick guide on how to do a chest press. This is how. Like that's, which that would actually be better.
I like them sometimes. Sometimes I wish the channels would do more shorts. I watch Formula One a lot. I'm not an expert. I'm kind of a new fan. I'm one of those Drive to Survive guys. Mm-hmm. But I've been watching it and I'm coming up to speed. And Lewis Hamilton will like say a thing, like, I think our car will be faster if we can get it to stop porpoising. Okay, cool. There's an 8-minute video. Lewis Hamilton reveals his thoughts on current car, and then race car sounds after the break, and then they go on to something else, and then they give a background on who Lewis Hamilton is, and then they give a background on how the car is doing. They give a background on how the rules have changed for the cars this year, and then in the end, you get what should have been the 20 seconds worth of update on what he thinks of the current car in an 8-minute long video. And
sure.
It is hard to find the meat of this video. You'd think my expertise of having watching enough of these, I go about 60% in, you'll find it, but it doesn't work reliably. And if it was a short, that's where it belongs. Like Taylor
gratification,
said, yeah. The player's garbage. The Instagram player, I don't understand why Instagram sometimes lets you scroll and sometimes doesn't, but like I want to be able to pause. I watch a lot. My Instagram is just acrobatic paragliding videos, and there'll be like a certain transition that I want to see again and again and again because I aspire to be as good as the person I'm watching, and you can't do that on Instagram. I want to watch these 4 seconds repeatedly, see what he did there, and YouTube would do it, but Instagram won't.
Yeah, it's a strange push because it's. You see a lot of inflated view counts, but they don't really correlate to actually revenue because there's very few ads played. And so I was just curious if that had been the rationale for moving towards podcasting when you did, and if that was, priming any other opportunities.
I would say all of us have been terrible businessmen around PKA. We have like almost no merch to sell aside from our cum pills. We have we don't do shorts. We have these very profitable highlight channels that we don't make any money off of because they're not run by us. People just take our content, upload clips, and that. Now, feel like indirectly it's made the show more popular. Our numbers have improved, etc.
So
The fact that there's an ecosystem of highlight channels, not just one, I don't even know how many, but there's all these channels that take what they think are the best parts of the show and upload 7 minutes, 10 minutes of that. And every one of them reliably links to the show that it came from. Some of them link to the Patreon. Like, they're not enemies of the channel, but they are making the money that we're not. So, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I was just curious, like the kinds of like total views they were getting. The two biggest ones, PKA clips and PKA highlights. One of them has like 95 million views on the channel. The other one has 75 million views on the channel. And that's just clips of us being retarded, basically.
YouTube keeps pushing old PKA clips to me. You'd think they'd be old PKA clips, but they weren't. They were like from the Harley episode just last week. So I don't know. There's a bunch that, like, we've nailed 3 that are getting views right now.
Yeah. I think it's definitely great for the show because people don't like, if you're not familiar with us, you're not going to sit and watch a 4-hour listen to a 4-hour program. But if they're like, oh, this idiot spent 40 minutes ranting about Helen Keller, that's, you know, that's a more palatable. Well, I guess it's not palatable either, but you know,
everyone loves that. A little Helen Keller hate.
Dude, you go to that video's got like 500,000 views now. I checked on it the other day.
Oh, did you?
And there was a bigger version of it that got taken down, I think.
What's the most viewed video on your channel? Is it bigger than that?
No. On my channel, I have one with a couple million views. I just recorded a fucking like trailer for the Dawn of the Dead zombie game in like 2011 and just re-uploaded that immediately as soon as it dropped, and it got caught as like the trailer video. But yeah,
we used to live stream this show on YouTube. And YouTube rewarded interactions at the time carelessly, right? So likes and comments. And because it was live, like, we'd start like 3 minutes late. And out of the gate, we've got like 17,000 dislikes on this thing. And then people would comment, and I'd be like, all right, audio check, right? Like, you know, fuck Kyle if you can hear me. Boom, boom, boom. Just stuff. And people are commenting. Anyway, this show got so many views. It wasn't a standout show in terms of how funny it was, but it had 42,000 comments and tens of thousands of likes, and it was on the front page of YouTube, the front page of YouTube mobile. Like, it really went viral. I think YouTube changed their algorithm to punish people because our dumbass show, won all the interaction awards in kind of a weird way. Like, if it wasn't live, people wouldn't comment as much.
No, sure. Yeah. Well, and there's different sort of algorithmic paradigms in which live content is preferred and when it's absolutely disenfranchised. And so I think a lot of it has to do with their interpretation of the trends of what audience wants. So like right now, they think audience wants immediate gratification. And so we're going to, try to make people make less than 60-second content and make them use less than 15 seconds of pirated music. And it's just weird. I don't know. It's I
like the exact opposite though. Like, you guys are talking about shorts. I don't know what they are. I haven't seen one.
You haven't seen a short on YouTube?
I don't know how I would. I watch.
So YouTube will pimp it to you like it's any other video. It'll be a thumbnail on your page like you're used to seeing. And then when you click on it, it's a different player and it's under a minute. I don't know like how I would end up. I don't know. I watch the news. I watch like Ukraine shit, Russia stuff, like geopolitical stuff right now, especially political stuff, how it's made. Learned how to make peanut butter crackers yesterday. Not how I make them, but how Nabisco makes them. Bowling balls. Learned about that. That's going to be key for,
That's a good episode. There's more to the bowling ball than you think. They're very layered.
There's so many different kinds. It was fascinating.
That is such a great show, how it's made. I haven't watched that in forever.
I watch, so at night I sleep with my TV on and I put it on these live streams of thunderstorms. And so YouTube thinks that I just love watching that shit. So it's like, hey, you really liked Rainstorm on a Metal Roof. Have you heard super loud booming thunder in Thailand? And like, believe it or not, there's YouTubers who like go to cool places and record rainstorms in exotic locales because they sound a little different. Now, to me, I just want loud ass rain and thunder.
Yeah.
But like some asshole apparently really wanted to be in that hut in Tahiti, so he sleeps there every night.
But it's suggesting it to you at like 1 p.m. on a Saturday. Like, wow, it's storm time.
There's like 30 of them recommended to me at any time, and I'm going through them constantly being like, don't recommend. No, I haven't gotten any shorts. I haven't seen one. I like long videos, like hour-long videos. A lot of the times I watch a lot of documentaries and stuff about, I don't know, anything from Napoleonic Wars to Rome. Just lots of historical shit. So I was watching shorts.
I don't even care about this, but like I watch like More Plates, More Dates, and like the fitness area, like weightlifting area of YouTube. Mm-hmm. And I like see the trends of what's popular where it's like, they'll be like fake natty alert and stuff like that. And I like look that up, and apparently Greg Doucette has fallen from the light of popularity in the weightlifting, powerlifting community. A lot of people don't seem to like him anymore. But there are like channels with like, 100,000 subs who you go and it's like, it's a fitness channel teaching you to lift in a healthy, responsible way. And every video, it's like you have to go back 3 months to find one about like chest presses. Everything's like Greg Doucette, scam artist again. Greg Doucette lying to you. And it's like, if you had one of these videos, I might think, was there something tricky about that Greg Doucette video? But the fact that it's your entire catalog leads me to believe that Greg could come to your house and jack you off, and you would like make a video about how his calluses hurt. Like there's no way to win.
That's true.
Yeah, like it's like
I've seen Greg Doucette. That fucker's got calluses for sure.
Oh yeah.
Can you show a picture of Greg Doucette?
It's a man with calluses.
This is a man with calluses, I can tell you.
I watched like 2 20-minute videos about like, and look at this guy's fake natty, and not talking about Greg. And then like halfway through the second one, I'm like, I don't care about this. I don't care who's fake natty.
No, I
read up shit all the time.
I weeded out the fitness stuff off my YouTube recommendation. Honestly,
really?
like I got it. I
got it unlocked.
Like y'all come up with a new thing, let me know. Like don't misunderstand me saying I got it. What I mean is like loud and clear. I heard you. I get it. Like y'all haven't told me anything new for like a year.
Kyle, find something heavy and lift it.
Multiple times.
I saw who is the funny fitness guy? He's Italian, Bro Science, maybe
something like that. I know who you're talking about.
He has gunshots every time he flexes.
Yeah.
He once did like a meta joke that made me laugh. He's like, I have to come up with content about something that's inherently repetitive, lifting weights.
It's like, I mean, your 87th video literally should just be like, hey, remember when I told y'all to lift weights? Keep it up. like while
keep going.
A lot of so I still watch a lot of. I watch Greg Doucette probably every day. I watch at least one video, and a lot of his videos are defending himself, which is a mistake. Granted, a mistake I've made. Glass house, I get it. But he's like, this guy said this about me, and this guy said this. I didn't really say that. I didn't mean that. He cut me off. He's always defending himself. And it's like, bro, like your audience didn't come here to listen to you defend yourself. You're preaching to the choir oftentimes, the people who already like you. It's rarely the move, unless he likes it. And I think he might.
See, I'm not into the...
He might like anything that's interesting. I'll be your heel. I'll be your face. I'll be whatever you want. Just let me be it. And, he does drama. He talks about popular Instagram figures, positive and negative. And he just wants to be seen.
Yeah, it's a space about something that has been figured out. It would be like if you had a math channel, right? And like, unless you like once you make like the root of the course,
it's just addition.
Once there's no like unless you're on like
you spent half the video asking for suggestions on what to add.
Unless you're like working on the fringes of some sort of like advanced mathematics, you're never going to be like, hey guys, solve the equation that no one could fix. Like that's not going to happen often. So you're going to have.
You're like every video, you just add bigger numbers together as if it's harder. It's like, all right, guys, you handled 47 plus 23 like a champ. 200. That guy's 200 plus 350. Like
next video, 3,000 plus 40.
I bet when you started out on the Kyle program, you could only add single-digit numbers. Now you hard-ass motherfuckers out there dividing and shit.
When you started on the Kyle Mathematics for Anyone program.
Like, performance-enhancing drugs there, too. So everybody's on Adderall, like all tweaked out.
And they're like, there's like a problem in the community of lying about using a calculator.
Fucking fake daddy. Like the one, and then there's the one guy who
wait,
the abacus.
He's a fake Addy.
Yeah, he's a fake Addy.
That's so good. Yeah.
That's really fucking
You got a beverage behind you. There's an injured
the
person
fake
there.
There you go.
Yeah, this is a good content engine for us. So,
did you do the ads?
I'm gonna do that right now.
How did you guys get sponsored by so many penis things?
Well, we invented one of them.
You know, be the change you want to see in the world. This is the way we solve that. So I'm about to talk about the penis pills right after we hear from Feals CBD. CBD isn't about what you feel, it's about what you don't feel. Stress, anxiety, pain, and Feals is a better way to feel better. Feals is a premium CBD that will help you keep your head clear and feel your best. It's hassle-free, delivered direct to your door. CBD naturally helps reduce stress, anxiety, pain, and sleeplessness. There's no hangover and no addiction. Place a few drops of Feals under your tongue and feel the difference within minutes. The thing to remember about CBD is that finding your right dose is important and everybody's dose is different. In fact, Feals offers a free CBD hotline to help guide your personal experience so that you can find your perfect dose. The Feals customer service team is dedicated to making sure you get your best use of your CBD. Joining the Feals monthly membership makes your self-care easy. You'll save money on every order, and you can pause or cancel anytime. Start feeling better with Feals. Become a member today by going to feals.com/PKA, and you'll get 50% off your first order with free shipping. That's a lot of percent, 50% off. That's feals.com/PKA to become a member and get 50% automatically taken off your first order with free shipping. That is feals.com/PKA. So check that out.
Half of the available percents. That's plenty of them.
50%. That's a huge discount, guys. You know, I know
Ed would
lots
get
of
them
people.
to 53 somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, there might be a better code out there, but you know.
Or try code VinWiki for 100% off. you like poach our sponsor. VinWiki for 55% off. That's best I can do though.
That's all there is. Yeah. If it's what I told you, that's all there is.
So if you're having trouble sleeping, check it out. I know lots of people who have had good luck with that. This episode of PKA also brought to you by Blue Chew. Spring has finally come, so let's help you do the same. That's right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew.
Is that a new read?
Yeah, it's a new read.
I remember that
Can you
one.
not suck their dick at the end?
No. I'll read it as it says, and if they demand I suck their dick, I'll suck their dick.
I hate
Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online. So no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. No one will know you're buying boner pills. It'll say custom medicine.
It's this nice little brown envelope thing, and it's got one of those satisfying tear apart things at the top. You feel like, you know, in movies when like a fancy guy opens a fancy package and there's some fancy shit in it, and it's like, and he's like, aha, I've got the device. That's how your cum pills are coming. No, we're not your boner pills.
Your dick pills.
We'll get to the cum pills.
We'll get to the cum pills. They dovetail together so well. The best part, it's all done online. I already said that. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Thank you so much, Blue Chew. We prostrate ourselves before you, oh Dick Pill Company. Thank you for deigning to shine your light of erection magic on us. But anyway, get your dick angry looking, get it hard, get it good.
Thank you for covering us with your
Thank you for soaking us in your glory.
Soaking us in your glory is perfect. I like that.
Check out, just pay the $5 in shipping, you cheap fuck, and see how hard your dick can get. You're gonna love it.
Don't take all three. Parse them out.
Yeah, just take one, like it says, and it's going to do the job.
For $5, you'll unlock the full potential of your dick.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, your dick gets so hard.
So hard.
I buy
use it for
different
home
underwear.
repairs.
Yeah. You intimidate people in public with it.
It's true.
Look how that guy's asking for the manager of the bank. Look how hard he is. That guy's playing for keeps with his check charge. I'm an elite member of this bank, and you will give me free checks.
Do you want me to pay for deposit slips?
Look at how hard I am. Anyway, also Lock and Load, the finest cum pills that have ever been devised.
This is a proprietary blend.
Yes, from geniuses, Kyle and I, with the help of Derek.
We put our heads together, literally and figuratively, and we came up with one of the most impressive products on the internet. It's been called God's Gift to Man. Someone else called it. They were talking about me. I felt that went too far.
It's an incredible review. People call it baffling. They call it needless, but that's not true. It's tremendous.
I literally have people DMing me all the time and like describing their ejaculate and its viscosity and that means so much to me when I get those messages. It means so much to me that I'm increasing your load size on a daily basis. Daily.
I'm on the Gorilla Mind website. These are the reviews. Does what it says on the tin. It works so well, I stopped taking it, not even joking. Loving this product. Getting ready to order my second bottle. There's a noticeable difference in volume and load, hence the name Lock and Load. Overall, I'm loving this product. It seems a bit novel, but being in my late 30s, it's actually quite useful and enhances the bedroom experience. Another guy, simply sensational. Another excellent. Best stuff on the market. It just goes on and on.
It's incredible.
Check out the reviews.
Check it out. Use code PKA 10% off.
Comically effective. Yeah,
we developed it. We
spent a lot of story, or I can zip through it.
Please, Taylor.
Yeah. So basically, Kyle and I jokingly during an episode a couple of years ago talked about the load stacks that we were messing around with for fun because it makes you come more and come harder, and the longer you're coming, the longer your orgasm is, right? So you're getting more out of your fuck. And so Kyle and I started texting back and forth often, like, hey, Kyle, I just added sunflower lecithin into my formula and I'm busting more than ever. And Kyle's like, I got to get some sunflower lecithin. And so we basically amalgamated a formula with science and trust the science. And we did that. And then we got Derek involved and we worked with him. We got the proprietary blend down and we had to stand up for our beliefs multiple times. Our faith was called into question with some things where Derek was like, do we need this amount of sunflower lecithin? Because it's really, really, really hard to do it that way. And we said, Derek, that's how it has to be. We're going to deliver an inferior product to our fans? I don't think so. That doesn't jive with Taylor and Kyle. No, sir. And so we worked hard and I will take credit for this. I lobbied hard for the cum splatters on the bottle.
It was his main contribution.
Derek tried to say, "Oh, I run a professional business. We can't have cum splatter on the product of the bank
credit card processors. I could lose my livelihood. No,
credit card processors might not like the cum on the bottle. No, and then but we stood our ground and we did what had to be like.
Derek puts on a radio voice for you guys. He's all like, yeah, guys, so today we're going to talk about this new fake natty. But like when we're in conversations, like Taylor alphas the shit out of Derek.
Oh, yeah. I'm so hard.
Circling back to our other sponsors.
I'm so hard. I'm leaking. That's another thing that will happen, Ed. I know you're excited to try this. Another product or ingredient that we were adamant about adding was Pygeum. Now, what Pygium is going to do, it's going to kick your prostate into overdrive. And so whereas if you were just pre-coming a little bit before, you're going to be leaking, you're going to be dripping, it's going to be pornographic.
You'll be getting yourself checked out. You'll think there's something wrong. Okay, yeah. you're just going to be leaking pre-cum most of the day. I wear a little diaper. All right.
We also sell cock socks. Yeah, for your
that should be our next ad. We should sell diapers.
Sell the problem and monetize the solution.
I'm going to tell you, you really do have like so much pre-cum, when you it's extra lubricant. Like also, it's gonna, for those of you pull-out artists, it's a little dangerous, I must say.
Dude, living on the edge, man.
Just for women. No, I know that they're not just for women. They've been keeping my underwear clean of jism for quite some time now. All right. The bottle says to take 9 pills a day. I take 27 pills a day. Okay. I take 9 in the morning, 9 at lunch, and 9 at night. And if I wake up at night, I take 9 fucking more, goddammit. When I come, it's a lethal weapon.
It take 5 capsules in the morning, take another 4 at night. Do not exceed 9 capsules in any 24-hour period.
I blinded a cab driver.
I'm like, what happens if you exceed 9?
Nothing. Your hair will fall out. That's the answer. Because you'd be getting way too much of. I can't think of the thing right now, but you'd be getting like 3 times your daily maximum.
Just take it as
take the recommended dosage. There are vitamins in there that you can't take too much of. So just take what's in there. Don't take 27.
Believe us,
it was a joke.
We came up with the most powerful formula possible. So take it as directed, and you're going to be busting so much. And it's not a meme, Ed. This is a genuine product.
If you like some, we will send you the link. I think they're like $50 a bottle or something.
We will let you buy it.
we need to start sending these out.
I do that to everybody. I don't know why.
Dude, I was watching a care package.
The care package is just a URL.
I was watching a video. Do you know who Larry Wheels is? No. He's like a super jacked fitness guy.
Okay.
I got suggested one of his videos, and Derek's the big supplement guy in the community. They all use the Gorilla Mind for the most part, and Gorilla Mode. And in the beginning of the episode, the fitness guys, it's like one of those collabs, and they're all jacked and huge, and they're like, "All right, let's dry scoop our pre-workout." And then one of the guys pulls out a bottle of Lock and Load, and is like, "You guys tried this yet?" And they're like, "No." And they're like, "Give it to me, man." And so they all start taking Lock and Load before their workouts.
It doesn't do what you think it does, bro.
Yes, it does. That's to support those joints. All right. Look, there's a lot of health benefits from Lock and Load. We just focus on the fact that it makes your loads bigger. Okay. Like a lot of the, I stumbled upon some of the ingredients because I was taking so many things, like my vitamin bill every month is pretty substantial. It's I don't care to look at what it is. Like some of the bottles last for 3 months, they're so big, and some of them only last for like 20 or 30 days. So it's hard to calculate like a daily cost, but man, I bet I'm eating $8 worth of vitamins a day or
Dude,
something.
Those multivitamins you got, or that Derek recommended you, the Thorn, whatever.
Yeah.
That's like $60 a month or something insane.
Yeah, that's $2 a day. Yeah, just for the vitamins. Yeah, the multivitamins.
Do you feel considerably better as like a human being before you took them?
So I do like this whole like stack of things, and so I can't. People ask me that a lot about like any number of the things that I do. Like, hey, does this make you feel great? It's like I feel great, and I take that, but I can't say for sure if that is the thing that makes me feel great. But I know that the combination of things that I take make me feel really good. I always have like lots of energy. I sleep super well. I'm really fucking strong. I can crush apples. These are the tenets that I built my life around. Those core tenets.
Apple crushing.
Apple crushing is big. Look, I'm from the South. That's how you show people that you're a man. When you can crush an apple, that's when you can get a woman.
But do you ever tear apples in half? At the supermarket, daring an employee to stop you?
What I do is I get the shopkeep over and I say, "Boy, these apples are rotten," and then I crush a perfectly good apple, And then I watch his confused face, and then everyone claps.
And then everyone claps. That lunatic who ruins our produce is back. Don't look him in the eyes. He gets he gets off on it. He's hard every time he walks in.
No, that can't be just pre-cum.
None of those things
pissing his pants. Oh, no, it's even worse.
None of those things.
Oh my goodness.
No, but I don't know. I feel really good, and like I basically just take whatever Derek tells me to take, and he kind of put together a whole like list of vitamins, and he gave me the list of stuff that he takes, so I just take all that. Some of it's for like heart health, and some of it's for like ligaments and joints, I'm sure, and stuff like that. But I have no idea what I'm taking, and a lot of the time I just take it because he tells me to.
Well, he does know. He's pretty knowledgeable on that stuff.
But if you want to come a lot, I can tell you what's in there.
Yeah.
A lot of good
PKA
ingredients.
for 10% off and 10% off any other products you want. If you want his Gorilla Mode Nitric pre-workout, high quality, that's what Kyle and I use. So you can check that out.
I actually have a question. It's an Ask Me Anything. We have a Patreon level. I don't know. Is it $10? I have no idea. Where they can
sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ed. Is it a bad idea to keep fucking your ex-girlfriend who cheated on you? She's hot, and it's easy pussy at this point. A very recent breakup 1 week ago, and I've already fucked her once after we broke up. Should I keep letting her call me daddy, or should I throw this bitch to the streets forever? Professional opinions, Ed? You probably get this question all the time.
Well, yeah. So I would first just say refer to the 10 times I've answered this previously. So if you want the more exhaustive answer, but I think moving on with your life is probably the answer.
False. All right, let me help, buddy. So what's happened here? So you gave your definition of what happened. Your girlfriend cheated on you, and now you want to know if you should keep fucking her. No, what happened was the nature of your relationship just changed. Now you're friends with benefits. And here's the best part. She doesn't steal, which is my biggest concern when I hook up with someone like that. You've got to watch them like a hawk or they'll steal.
It's not disease.
That can't be true.
It's absolutely true. You don't, Woody, you've been
you had a tango with syphilis to when you were getting Al Capone palms, and you're most scared by
and a little penicillin sorted that the fuck out, didn't it?
Yeah, Kyle's like, look, Woody, you've been married. You don't understand all this stealing. Kyle, you've been single. You haven't paid nearly as much as I have.
I just don't think that I think it's been a long time since a strange woman was wandering around your house naked at night, Woody.
As far as you know.
As far as I know. So what I'm just saying is, like, that's the scariest part. You got to keep your eye on them so they don't steal. But if this used to date this girl, you can trust her. She won't steal. And no, keep fucking her. Of course, you keep fucking her. Why would you? What the alternative to not continuing to fuck this girl is saying, "I'll get her. No more dick for you, bitch. Haha, I win. No more pussy for me. Shit." Like, what are you doing?
I'm somewhere in the middle on this. So, Kyle, I actually had that same thought. I like friends with benefits. I didn't come up with the phrasing like you did, but I was like, oh, she cheated on you. But what she did is she reassigned herself into, like, I don't know, the fuck buddy zone, right? Is what I'm thinking. The only trouble is this: if this is going to hurt your feelings, if there's just a period you have to endure where, like, you break up and move on, then you might want to do that rather than existing in this period of pain that exists for a long time. Like that. So that's the decision I would tell this guy to make. Hey, are you able to have a fuck buddy and enjoy this relationship?
Yeah. How does it make you feel?
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, that's always the most important thing. And the answer to almost any question you could fucking ask us. How does that make you feel if you continue to fuck her? If the answer is pretty fucking rad, dude, or pussy's great, then you have your answer. Why do you care what I think?
Yeah,
because she's down for it too, right? So yeah, it appears that she wants to keep having sex with lots of guys, I guess.
Yeah. Find yourself another girl, and now you've got two girls. It's great.
Ah, you did that adding.
Yeah. This is day one of my math YouTube channel.
You
It's
really
basically-
over edit the series. It's called like the road to wisdom or some bullshit.
It's 100% a ripoff of The Count from Sesame Street. I even do the accent. It's
One. Two. Man, I liked him. He was one of my favorite characters.
Dude, score for you. Now you get all the things you had before and all the things you didn't have before. You won.
Yeah. If you're not sad or put off by it, just keep enjoying yourself.
Yeah.
If you are sad by it and it depresses you, distance yourself from her.
Now you don't have to
feel
pay
better.
for dinners, but you still get to have sex. What's your problem, dude?
Now you don't. He doesn't even have to go to dinner.
Wait a minute. Pause there. Friends with benefits, fuck buddies. You don't still buy dinner?
We're going Dutch. Friends with benefits?
No, usually it's more just like hanging out and then fucking.
Yeah, we're not going to dinner. First of all, we're not going to dinner. I might pay for the pizza that gets delivered. But
Yeah, I mean, you'll go to dinner like if you're hungry.
DoorDash and Smash. That's the move.
I don't care for that.
It's the new
I also
Netflix
don't
and
care
chill.
for the fuck buddy thing. It sounds a little uncouth, maybe a little disrespectful to the parties involved, right?
To who?
To any of the parties who may be involved.
I don't think
It's only
me.
disrespectful if you guys aren't in the same mind place.
No,
right?
but she has to explain to her mom that I'm her fuck buddy. That might be a little weird.
Get her
But
involved.
Yeah. Now we've got Kyle. Now we have
just crack
two
the code.
members of the family.
Oh my goodness. Yes, that's it.
Your mom's like hideous. You're like, I'm glad I'm getting in before the wall.
Do you have another one? I like these.
I've got one. I want to do this one for Ed again. Ed, this one's not so hard. Are there any good exercises to become more extroverted in your early 20s?
Going places and trying to be extroverted. You know, I'm a pretty introverted person in general.
Get out.
Yes, it's so like if I go to a car show and I take a picture with 1,000 people, like I then need to sit in my car alone in the quiet for a while in order to feel okay. And it's not that I don't enjoy everything that comes out of this stuff, but in a natural sense, I am not energized by it. And so, but it's obviously, it can be fun and it's very beneficial for me professionally to do extroverted things. And I have learned to enjoy it more just by doing it. It's like any exercise and any character trait or personal thing that you want to change. That I'm sure there are medications that would help, but there's also just powering through it and spending time and just realizing that whatever it is that makes it uncomfortable can usually be overcome by tactics and schemas and things you like to talk about and better ways you listen to other people to make the encounters more acceptable.
On the end, you said something that's big for me. It's just listen more. Like conversations can go a little better if you listen, if you let that person completely finish their thought. One thing that I used to do, a conversational mistake, is, you'd tell your story and then it would spawn like a similar experience that I've had, and I'd want to tell you about it. And it wasn't one-upping. It wasn't like I'm the bigger deal. It was how I related. But the effect of that would be maybe you didn't get to finish your story, or maybe you'd be like, hey, this was some me time that I really enjoyed, and now it's you time again. That kind of sucks. So
and that can be especially compounded when you're talking to someone who's not like also doing YouTube shit. So like if you're like if you told me, Woody, like, yeah, I was in a helicopter last week with an M60, I'd be like, yeah, I've done that too. That was really cool. What kind of chopper were you in? But the average person is going to be like, he's gonna be like, yeah, we went to the machine gun range last week and we paid $35. I got to shoot an MP5 like from the games. And you're like, oh, that's pretty cool, man. I'm pretty good friends with FPS Russia. One time I flew in a helicopter by myself though and shot a minigun at cars. That's pretty sick. Like you have ruined his day.
So in that story, it's a 1-up, but it doesn't have to be, right?
It's a 10-up.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. But I would tell a 1 down just as my way of relating to his experience, and 1 down being like his story was better than mine.
Yeah,
but
I've never seen a gun before.
Let them finish their story. Let them have their moment. Listen carefully. Be a good listener, and that's a huge part of it. And also,
so you treat him like they're a woman.
It's super easy. It's an easy, like they're enjoying the experience of telling things. All right, so that's it. And I think what Ed described is similar to me. Like I consider myself an extrovert sprinter. If you put me in an environment where I need to be an extrovert, I can kind of nail that for some period of time before I go back to my hotel room and rock in a corner and recharge.
Yeah, we know how to put on a performance. My recommendation is, if you just try to like raw dog this thing and like build the like ability to be extroverted and approach a person and have a conversation, you can have like negative results, right? Like if you used women, for example, you can get shot down hard. They always say, what's the worst you could say? And then you see those memes on the internet of like the actual worst things she can say. And sometimes it's like, ew. Like it's little disgust, and it's like, all right, well, that guy's not going to approach a woman for a decade or more now. Like he's ruined because he aimed too high right off the bat. Maybe if he was a seasoned veteran at like some lower form of being extroverted, that a woman saying ooh to him wouldn't like, that would be a crippling experience. Jesus Christ. But so like if you ever speak to kids, that's a fucking captive audience, and they think anything's cool as long as you're not an actual creep. Like if you can like speak to a group of kids about something, I don't know. I always like that. Like not.
You can even be a creep. Like those kids were stoked to go to Neverland.
Just to be clear, like we go to events where like kids show up and it's like, hey kids, how are you today? You all came here to see me, blah, blah, blah. Like that's what I'm describing. Again, this is another like YouTuber to YouTuber thing. I think if I explain this to a normal person, they'd be like, so where do I find a group of children to get alone and talk to? I just realized that's not a thing that everybody gets. Maybe like an old folks home. Those people are like real hungry for human contact. You go to an old folks home and just pick like one of the ones with the scared Joe Biden face and start talking to him. He'll
what side were you on in World War II? Just an ask.
The Union.
The Union. I mean, like, it's not. I mean, you guys are hitting the nail on the head. It's like any other exercise. It'd be like, I want to have a really strong bench, but I hate bench pressing. What can I do? It's like, well, you're going to have to make yourself do it. Like your social ability and extroversion, you need to go practice it. And it's not as complicated as people make it out to be. You don't need to go out there and put on a performance. One thing ask genuine questions about what the person is talking about. Be sincere in your interest of their topic. And people love talking about themselves. People love to hear themselves talk. You keep someone talking, you may, after the conversation, go, that person hardly knows anything about me. Guess what? In their head, they go, I met the friendliest guy. He and I really connected. We connected on XYZ. Like that's what you should do.
Yeah, to hit that back. That's what I was trying to say about listening, right? Let that guy talk. Let that guy tell his story. He's loving this interaction. He thinks you're the friendliest guy. You're paying attention to him. And on your side, as a extrovert in training, you're killing it easily. You're just listening.
Mm-hmm. And don't like, it's not fooling someone. It's not being manipulative. It's not tricky. Like you're not trying to fool them into liking you. Like be sincere and genuine. Find a way to engage them on something they're interested in and get them talking about it. And like people can tell when you're being genuine. Well, they can. Okay, they can't always tell, but people can tell what. Like, there's a difference between being like, "Really, you work at Steve's bank? What's up with this? What's up with that?" Versus like, "Oh, okay."
I would love
and looking at your phone and and not engaging.
Like you should be able to feign interest in anything. Tell me you're a bank teller, Taylor.
I'm a bank teller.
Oh
Taylor.
shit! I've always wondered, like, how much money do you guys actually keep behind the counter? Because, like, if I wanted to rob you, like what would I be getting away with?
Common misconceptions. We mostly deal in human trafficking.
Is this the Wells Fargo?
Yeah, it's mostly guns and Asian
do you know Mark
behind the desk?
Do you know Mark?
Yeah,
with the glass eye.
We call him Massacre Mark. He's a
Massacre Mark. Go! Oh man, we had a rager at his house last week. He had these Filipino boys. You must know.
Oh yeah, fresh off the plane.
What does it take to catch the attention of a bank teller with a deposit? Like, I have no idea, right?
Show me your hands.
yeah. All right, well played. But like, if you put in like $7,000, are they like $7,000? Is that number 40 grand? Does it have to be 6 digits? At what point are they like, what is this guy doing? Like, how did he get this big a check?
Probably $1 million or something like that.
You think?
I bet they deal with really big checks.
Ed, what's your number? Bank teller. What do you think makes them raise their eyebrows?
$250,000.
Wow, these numbers are much bigger than I thought.
I mean, I've put in, 6 figures amounts of monies, and nobody like came out with their jaws on the ground or anything. They're all in bank,
you must be a real successful failor.
Yeah, I don't know how nobody was blown away when I gave them the check. Like they were just like, "Oh, okay, where do you want it?" And they went from there.
Well, Your Majesty.
It's not like that at all.
I thought the number would be like, so to me, like 45 grand. That keeps burning in my head. That's an annual salary.
That's
so some guy I'm listening.
If you're a farmer, like a poultry farmer, like a small poultry farmer, that's your check. That's your that's the check you get every 7 weeks. It's about 40 to 50,000, for a small one. So like the medium sized ones are getting $80,000, $100,000 checks on the weekly, and I'm sure that's everywhere. That has I'm sure there's an industry like that everywhere. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I'm sure some guys doing. I'm sorry, cutting you off. Weekly deposits before payroll that are.
And people are buying and selling properties and such. I just feel like if it's like a personal check from you to me. Now I think that's a different situation. If you wrote me a check for $100,000. I hope they're raising eyebrows. I hope they're going, all right,
this is a ballpoint pen?
Yeah, exactly. And then they see your handwriting, and they're gonna, if they saw you,
did he take advantage of a retarded person?
That's what would happen. That's literally if it would kind of be fun to do as a joke. I promise I'll steal your money. I won't even cash it for real. I'll reverse it immediately. But that would be so funny to see what the actual reaction would be. Like if you wrote it but play it up silly, write it in crayon.
I'll misspell 11 because that doesn't happen naturally.
No, I think that would literally raise eyebrows because the examples I was giving is like a giant Tyson chicken writing somebody a check for it. Those checks are official and they're those extra big checks and they're got holograms on it, not holograms, but those holographic thingy stickers on them and shit. But just a personal check from me to you for 6 figures, I would imagine that should definitely raise an eyebrow. Like with your bank, they should definitely be like, oh, a lot of money moving out of here. Let's make sure that's
check around. Yeah, I got another one, and I like starting with Ed. Ed, this one's nothing to be scared of. Okay. The three of you, he meant Kyle Taylor and Ed, I'm sure, are quite wise and intelligent beyond your years. Can each of you give us your single best tip on how to succeed in life as an idiot? So how did you do it, Ed?
Well, when I was a young idiot, to me, it's always been risk. It's just the way that you approach risk. And it honestly answers the last question as well. If you're anxious about confrontation or anything, then that's where it becomes hard. But if you get rid of the anxiety because you drop the stakes and you realize that anything that goes badly can be recovered from, it allows you to take chances. It allows you to take risks and allows you to learn how to take better risks as you become less of an idiot. And I look back on a lot of the decisions that I've made and a lot of the, you'd say investments or ideas or whatever I've explored. And they were probably pretty harebrained. They were probably terrible ideas, but I made the best of whatever the outcomes were. And it was that attitude that has carried me to wherever I am. I'm not sure it's good or bad or indifferent, but if it hadn't been for managing risk, that wouldn't be the answer.
I would say always treat people the way you'd like to be treated, especially there really isn't especially, but it's also the people who you seemingly don't matter if you treat them nicely or not, like waitresses and I don't know, bellhops, people that carry your luggage, the guy at the airport throws your bag. I don't know. I don't even think it's good mojo. I don't even believe in karma. I just think that maybe that guy was going to steal some shit out of your bag, and because you slipped him $5 and told him to have a good day, he's like, that's one of the good ones. And he winks at the other Nigerian.
From the next guy.
He winks at the other Nigerian, and my bag goes in the black people pile and doesn't get pilfered through.
Jesus Christ.
I'm hoping for that to happen. Or we talked about it the other day where that YouTuber that I watch, somebody had come in and stolen his shit, and he caught him on camera, got the police involved, and he was like, just give me the $1,400 for the cameras you damaged and no charges. And they had that $1,400. And he's like, you know what? Keep it. Keep that money. Let's just be friends. Let's be neighbors. And nobody agreed with me. I thought that was the smartest move he could make, because the alternative was putting his neighbor that already we know is like trashy enough to rob you in a position where like you got him for $1,400 he clearly needs.
Or you won me over, if I recall.
Oh, I wasn't meaning you. There was others. It was a whole. There's like 25 of us in there, but everybody was like, "Yeah, they should have nailed his ass to the wall." It's like, first of all, it's like misdemeanor theft. It was like $2,000 worth of shit or something like that. Now you're gonna like send this guy to the court system. He's gonna do some community service and hate your fucking guts, and he lives right there. Now, are you ever gonna feel comfortable storing anything in your building again? No, squash it. Like I don't know. I always try to like.
Squash your beefs.
Yeah, squash your beefs, bury those hatchets and stuff like that, and just treat people the way you'd like to be treated. And I don't know, that kind of karma, I think, like leads things to kind of fall into place. I try to do that the best I can, most of the time. Yeah. Except with women and minorities.
Taylor, were you there to hear the question?
No, I'm sorry.
I think I erased it.
And
being
no
wise
Italians,
being wise and intelligent beyond your years, can each of you give us your single best tip on how to succeed in life as an idiot?
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I'll go. Do you like my answer now that you know the question?
Yeah.
I think my strength is the grind. I don't know that I'm smarter than everyone else. I don't know that I'm funnier or whatever, but getting the work done even when you don't feel like it, and I don't know, just the grind. I feel like that's why my Minecraft server was successful.
Getting the work done when you don't feel like is so fucking hard. It's so hard that most people's strategy is to completely avoid that hurdle and only and try to do that. Like, was it Mark Twain that said, make your vocation your
make your hobby your vocation, perhaps?
Vacation. Your vocation, your vacation. That's it.
Did you really say that?
It's
not from like Travelocity.
No, fucking Mark Twain. Make your vocation your vacation. Like most people try to do that, right? They find what they're passionate about and what they love, and then they find a way to get paid doing it.
Uh-huh.
Maybe like this guy, right? Like most people. And Woody was like, I hate this, but it pays. I hate this, but it pays. like that's hard to do. That's what working out is. That's what like the non-fun part of working out is. Like
when you don't want to.
If every time you felt like not working out, you just didn't, you would make no progress. Because like there are a bunch of like there's those times where like for weeks you're just rolling and you're excited to get in the gym and like you got momentum. And then there are just as many weeks where you're like, I have to go pull a bunch of weight again. I guess so. But then by the time you're down there doing it, you feel better. And that's the way like all tasks are. Like I almost always put off my taxes until it is borderline the last second. And then I'm that guy like emailing the accountant like, this is your problem. But like just this last week, I was like, you know what? You have to do these no matter what. Let's just do it. Let's just do it and not be in a blind panic in the third week of April. And I did. And after like that first second of starting, you get re-reminded of the previous year and you're like, this isn't that bad. It's just adding stuff up. It's just adding. And then sending your sum to the guy with all your deductions and everything. And so it's, that resonated with me. Forcing yourself to do the work when you really don't want to. I have no idea what that is.
Beeping noise. It's not me. It's not me, Woody.
I wasn't attacking anyone. I was scared it was me. That was my actual thought process.
It's like when you know Daddy's gonna be angry and he's gonna hit whoever's closest.
Yeah, no, my way of like when I feel overburdened like that, it's like, oh, I'm stressed about this, and people in my life will be like, hey, why don't you just take a break? Why don't you step away? Why don't you feel better? And it's like, no, those things don't solve my stress and anxiety. You know what solves my stress and anxiety? Getting the shit done.
So Finster messaged me I think yesterday or something like that.
Yeah, we just heard it beeping.
That's not there is nothing. My shit is, you can't hear my shit. She messaged me yesterday.
I think he.
It's 100% he, first of all.
Yeah.
Although now it ruins the joke for Ed. when I show you the picture. But that's okay. I've just been building that up for an hour. And waiting.
I didn't know. You just used the wrong pronoun.
I did it on purpose to like fool him into thinking she was a girl, and then I was going to get him all hot. I was going to say that she was my girlfriend, and that I was uncomfortable with the amount of cleavage that she showed on her Twitch streams, and I was going to get Ed's opinion, and I had a whole thing going. Anyway.
Oh wow, this was quite the build-up.
Anyway. She sent me this picture.
Whoa.
And I was like, we haven't had a girl on the show in a while. Do you want to come on in a week or two? And she said, let me see what she said. Sweet. I'm free on the 14th, maybe not the 21st. I will find some good outfits though, so you can continue to ignore that I'm still a guy. And I said, sweet. I'm going to continue to ignore it for as long as you do. Could you show that picture?
Yeah.
I mean, she's on stream there.
Yeah, it's
like
I don't get it. I don't see where I'm like,
you want some help?
I want to make my guess before I get help.
Okay.
So previously he had what are sometimes called chicken cutlets, and you can like put what looks like a chicken cutlet under a bra, and it fills out a bra, and it looks great. You look great. But now this is a whole new thing, and clearly you can see it's not just filling out a shirt or bra. You're getting side boob. I suspect that it's going up to roughly his collarbone. That it's like a whole
prosthetic.
It's a full prosthetic. I'm not sure which one he has. There's some that stop just below the bust line. There's some that go down to the waist, and there's some that are like full body, fucking creepy mode suits, like in Silence of the Lambs. But I'm guessing that the choker is concealing it, along with some makeup, and maybe in even a bit of like spirit gum, like a glue that's like skin safe, like to really lay the latex or whatever the material is down.
You can see the latex there.
There it is. The choker's hiding it. Perfect.
Yeah, I feel like there's a tiny difference in skin tone above.
Oh no, there's a lip there, but still, fucking 10 out of 10, like fakery here. Like you've killed it. You've become a better woman than any woman.
I that men are better at everything. You find me a woman that's as good at being female as he is, and I will change my mind.
Another one in the boys' column, baby. Can't stop winning.
Take it away. I can't look anymore.
Oh my goodness.
You're getting Kyle hot and bothered.
I can't. I'm on so much Blue Chew and Lock and Load. I'm about to blast off over here.
That is definitely new, because last time he was just doing the makeup forced perspective thing, right?
Yeah, check out. I've never seen this. It's a Fencer on Twitch or on YouTube. Whether if you like Minecraft, you can check out Fencer. Is leaking topic change? What? It's leaking. I don't know what that means. You can check out him on YouTube with his Minecraft stuff, or you could watch. I don't know, his titties on Twitch over there.
Yeah,
wow.
Friend of the show.
High quality fella.
Okay, well,
we'll get him back on.
That's quite the network.
Yes. It's quite the revolving door of guests. Yeah, Finster's awesome. I like him a lot. He comes into the patron hangouts from time to time because he's a $50 patron, so he just will pop in and show up all dolled up, and then we'll chat.
He didn't come. Well, he came in last month, but only for like a few seconds. Like he just made an appearance. In other months, he comes and he has so many knives. He's into knives, and I'm into knives. But now mine are organized, and I was ready to like go knife for knife with him. You know, like every time he pulled one out, I'd pull one out, try to match his collection. And he didn't stay long enough. I couldn't.
Oh,
well, he'll be there this month. I bet.
I think he showed up like not really gussied up, and I yelled at him. I was like, I did not want to see you in boy mode. Get the fuck out of here.
That made Kyle feel some really
dark
strange feelings.
Yeah. It didn't care for it. Didn't like how that made me feel.
Kyle lashed out in anger because
I went out that night and beat a stranger terribly in the park. That's the only way I could like make those feelings make sense.
Yeah, a gay guy wouldn't beat someone up at the park.
Exactly.
I haven't brushed my teeth in 3 days. That's not what a gay guy would do.
Wait.
Yeah.
All right. I guess another Ed question. Would the host be interested in trying ABDL diapers? They're vastly superior to drugstore brands. What is an ABDL diaper, Ed?
I don't have the slightest clue.
Subject matter expert. That's why we brought you on.
Yeah, that's not my wheelhouse.
Diaper life.
Do you guys remember? We did a bit on this years ago. It's the adult baby diaper. It's either life or lover. Lovers, life, adult baby diaper
Legion.
Life. Adult baby diaper Legion.
Oh, I like that so much.
Yeah.
Now it sounds like they got a mission to do.
Yeah. To poop in
adult
public.
Diapers, liners, and pads.
That's so much lamer.
What I'm seeing here.
And what's the question regarding them?
Would we be interested in trying them? They're vastly superior to the drugstore brands.
So it's a brand name. I don't really understand the question.
It sounds like there's some missing information from the question. But maybe he thinks that he's built a better mousetrap with his diapers that are superior to the drugstore diapers.
I think that he's trying to get us just to talk about diapers.
I think this is another example of not all the questions
I think he's joking.
Well thought out.
All right. I'm going to take that one on the chin. That was my fault.
And then sometimes the question will be what is the last 4 of Woody's social? It's like, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna answer that one.
Well, when it comes to the diaper questions, those get through the filter.
Those get through the fence, yeah. I mean, I would imagine that they're marketing those adult baby diapers to like people who like doing it sexually, probably not for people like Joe Biden.
Right.
I mean, but if I think people like Joe Biden want the ones that are like sort of stealth. They like really blend in at the top and at the bottom. I've seen those commercials for those when I watch Fox News. That they like blend in really well under your clothes. There's always a grandma playing tennis and she like bends over and you can't see. It's great. It's pretty hot stuff.
I kind of like this question. What YouTubers would each host box if they were in the iDubbbz charity boxing event? Who would be a good matchup for each host?
I want Harley. I would want to fight Harley.
God, you picked a big one.
I think Harley's slow though, and I think that I think I would just try to like hit him in the body, and I would definitely cheat at some point and take him down. That would be my goal set. Plus, I would have to heavily rely on the fact that Harley likes me a lot, and he wouldn't expect me to be quite as ferocious as I'm going to be with the chili pepper fists and everything.
Yeah, I would straight up dominate Ricky Berwick.
That would be the play, dude. Do the chili pepper fist thing, take some of that like OC spray and put it on my gloves and get him in the eyes a little. I mean, you only got to hit him once.
That hot chip thing is he that guy? The hot wings interviews, is that who Ricky Berwick is?
No, he's a guy who has like really severe physical deformities.
Oh, what's wrong with him?
He's a hilarious guy though. He's always like
look at or.
No, he's like a comedian kind of guy.
Like how fucked up is he though? Let me ask you this: would you feel comfortable sitting across from him at dinner?
Oh yeah, because I've seen
you could eat a meal.
He's a very funny guy, so he'd be.
Yeah, Zach, can you show us what? Yeah,
is he gonna put a shirt on?
No, he likes to make people uncomfortable, and like I'll see him like on Twitter, and like someone will
mission accomplished.
Dude, someone will be like virtue signaling, like we need to stop, like they'll be like this person being mocked is totally unacceptable, it's out of line, and then he'll respond with like an intentionally over the line gross video, like shut the fuck up, bitch. Like it's funny, so I could take him definitely.
Dude, that thing.
I don't know. Do you have any fighting experience?
I wrestled in middle school.
Oh,
and I can walk. So I don't want to brag.
Oh yeah? What kind of catheter bag do you use?
Yeah.
Oh man.
That guy
he's a very funny guy.
I don't care. He better be. Can you imagine if that guy had a bad personality?
Oh, Yeah, that would be insurmountable.
Can you imagine that guy? Like, but he's an asshole. He's like
that guy was a total cunt. Yeah,
he doesn't tip. Like he's the opposite of what I said before.
He doesn't tip. I don't know who's like a similar size YouTuber to me. Like I'm not confident in my fighting ability, so I'm targeting smaller guys like Tucker.
Oh,
Jericho, I would dominate Tucker.
I'm choosing guys in my age class, right? I want Junkyard 129. I want that other guy. Is it Ken Burns? Who's the other like machinima?
I think that's right, Ken Burns. Yeah.
Yeah. These I don't even know what he looks like, but I just know he's old. So that's what I'm looking for.
That seems incredibly unfair. Shouldn't you have to pick people who have the same body fat percentage as you?
No, I don't want that.
Okay. I can find a fat piece of shit who doesn't lift.
Like it's gonna be like that scene out of Spartacus, right? Like a dude that steps out in front of Woody. Whoa! Hang on a goddamn minute. What's your name? Sven?
He's gonna fight Bo Agrius. Yeah.
Sven Man Killer. What kind of YouTuber are you again? You make swords.
Swords guys.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to fuck with that guy. I don't want to box anybody for any fucking reason, man.
It hasn't gone yet.
It'd have to be somebody status that would move me up, like Mark Rober, so my kid would think I was cool. If I beat him up, that would.
And he doesn't seem like a natural fighter either. He's kind of.
And he also seems short. I'm 6'5". It would just be a reach thing and just bonk him.
That's huge. You're 6'5". Good gosh.
Ooh, yeah. I just had a great idea. Why don't the fitness YouTubers do a boxing match? That would be so popular, dude. If Derek boxed somebody, I would pay to watch that.
If like Derek and Juji Mufu decide to square off, I would watch that. I bet Juji's got the body of someone who can like throw head kicks. Like,
I forgot how athletic Juji is.
He's really athletic.
Do you know Juji Mufu, Ed?
No, I do not.
Sorry. Zach, can you put a picture up there? This guy looks, he literally, I think he is an amateur bodybuilder.
Mm-hmm.
And
he takes it professional grade serious, I guarantee it.
Well phrased. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he looks like a professional bodybuilder.
Okay.
But he's also like an acrobat. He's into parkour. He's incredibly athletic. There he is.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you were to see him standing still, like this kind of shows off some of his flexibility. But if you were to see him just standing there, you'd think he'd be muscle bound and not that athletic.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But he's really into indoor rock climbing and
I didn't know quads could look like that. That's just ridiculous.
I choose to believe that instead of like stuffing socks where his dick would be, he puts them where his thighs are.
It's like totally different.
Kardashian program there, but
just a colossal man. I would love to talk to him again. Maybe about that whole kerfuffle he had a while back. Like I don't know if he'd be ready to talk about that or not, but I'd ask him in private if he was.
Yeah, basically, Ed, we had him on with his like sidekick. He used to have a sidekick character named Tom, who was not a muscle bound, like
it made no sense
because all of this guy's videos were like, "Hey, I'm Juji Mufu and I'm an absolute monster. I invited some of my monstrous friends to do monster things," and then you'd watch it, and there would be this other guy Tom who's like snarkily and badly doing the exercises, and it's like, this isn't comedic relief, you bitch.
Little guy,
we're not here for you. And apparently
this guy,
a regular sized person, and then that guy apparently was pilfering funds from a grip Genie, a company that Juji made with him of like grippers and shit like that. Yeah, that's the other guy, and it's like, what the hell are you doing here?
That is not a flattering picture.
Once he got kicked out of the channel, the content got better. It did not get worse. Like it got better.
Of course. When they were here with us, I try not to be rude to guests most of the time. But what I wanted to say to Tom was like, so why does Juji need you? Like why does Juji need you? What's your purpose? What do you do? Are you like the brains behind this whole thing? Is he retarded and like you have to like prop him up and put a script in front of him? Like
here's
or
my
is he
theory.
like, why are you here?
Mm-hmm.
It made no sense. Every time he'd talk, I was like, dude, I want to hear from He-Man, not you. Not like you're like He-Man's friend whose name I don't remember, and I'm a He-Man fan.
Yeah, it's like
you're the cat He-Man rides.
If I wanted to know how you would deadlift a Jeep Liberty, I would ask you, but you haven't done that, and so like I'm asking the guy who did.
Wait, did he really do that?
It was probably a small
I'm
car,
sure he could.
something absurd, something ridiculous.
Yeah. So here's my theory. I think Juji's a really nice guy, and Tom was someone who needed help, and he just found himself in the role of helping him all the time. He helped him get fit. Tom had he would like flow in and out of depression and happiness and stuff. Juji would lift him up all the time. He just wired to help people like that. I think that's who he is. Until eventually he was like, well, you can't literally just like steal the money while I do this for you. You got to go now. And my suspicion is that Tom is not better off than he was before.
Yeah, definitely. That would be my assumption as well.
That's wild.
I mean, his internet apology went so badly, he deleted the video.
Yeah, the internet apology was super cringe. It was real funny.
Yeah. Like, I was dealing with gambling, and it's like, yeah, we know. That's why we're here. Like, that's like you gambled with money from
Am I the only one that doesn't
apparently.
find that to be an excuse? Like if you tell me like sorry man, poker, it's like,
Yeah.
okay, I don't care how you lost the money, asshole. I care that you borrowed money from me and now you don't have it to return, even though you said you were going to give it to me. Like I don't like loaning people money anyway. Like
it wouldn't
like,
be. Sorry, go ahead.
If I was going to borrow money from someone, they would not have to come looking for that money when it was time to get it back to them. Like I would be hunting them down to get them their money.
Yes.
Like, hey, we have an outstanding debt here. Let's get this settled up. I wouldn't like that. Meanwhile, I've always seen the opposite most of the time I've seen the opposite when I've loaned people money. There's been a few times where I've loaned $2,000 or something like that. And a month later, $500 of it came in. A month later, $1,000 of it came in, and then the rest came in. Like that sort of thing. I love that. Coming back with $500 the next month, I'm like, I know I'm getting it all. Like I'm happy. Take your time now. But I've also had people like, huh? Like, yeah, the money that I gave you, the $75 that you remember.
What?
Huh? When?
What are you talking about?
Dude, if you want me to play Law and Order,
I'm feeling targeted here.
No, you're right, Kyle. But I saw the same thing you did, where it was like, well, it's a gambling problem, and it's like, okay, but if you replace that with no, you don't understand. Tom is like a severe alcoholic, and he spent all the money on the fanciest beer and the whatever the fuck, or he's addicted to cocaine and he needed that Colombian white. Like immediately, people would be like, yeah, that's bullshit. He still stole. But with gambling, because it's not a physical substance, it feels like there's a little extra leeway given to it. Almost
no leeway. I don't care. I don't care how.
I was meaning from the
gone.
public.
Oh, you mean
to me though? It doesn't.
Go?
I don't care how you spent it. If it was like, Woody, why'd you steal that money? I'd be like, I really like buying things.
You got to see these knives I'm sitting on.
I like buying things a lot. I like having new things, nice things. So I took your money.
Yeah. Well,
there we go.
That's what I heard.
Honesty goes a long way there. Well, guys, it's been fun. I got to head out for the night, but y'all enjoy.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah,
absolutely. Y'all take care.
Yeah, good night.
Yep. See you later.
See ya.
Taylor,
so check out Ed's channel below. If you want to sub to him, check out his very entertaining car stories.
He is a gifted storyteller. You'll like his channel. Watch one video, see if you're hooked.
Yeah, he's really good.
Sorry, what were you leading into, Kyle?
I think I was going to ask you if you'd ever loaned some money to someone and then they didn't pay it back or had a hard time getting the money back.
I think I've been fortunate enough to hear from friends of mine who got in sticky situations with lending family or friends money that I've never done it. But there was one time, this was when did they make weed legal in Colorado? 2014? Is that right? Sounds right. So 2014, 15, around there. I, heard from a cousin of mine at the time who I hadn't heard from in a while. He's a great guy, but I just hadn't heard from him in a while. And he was like, hey, I got a business thing. I need $1,000. I totally understand if you can't, but I'll pay you back. And I was like, And at this time, like I was in Idaho. I was making no fucking money. And I was like, okay, what's it for? Like, I really don't have $1,000 to just like be doling out right now. And he was like, well, they just legalized pot in Colorado. And so we've got a system with this like torn down car that I'm going to buy $1,000 worth of weed from all these different dispensaries, pack it into the doors of this Civic, and then I'm going to drive it through Kansas and Missouri to like to somewhere else, and we're going to sell it there, and I'll pay you back your money once I've done that. And I was like, man, I'm going to have to pass on this. like I'm getting involved in felonies, like state lines, like please, as a favor to me, Taylor, don't mention this to me ever again in any capacity.
Taylor, you promised me you'd never tell that story.
Well, you've already served the time, so I feel like you can come out and statute of limitations and stuff.
That is such a ridiculous. like, first of all, that's not even that big of a money-making venture because dispensary prices are not like crazy low.
Mm-hmm.
Like if anything, it would be smart if you could like grow your weed there, like have a big crop that you harvested and then take that somewhere else. Like maybe you could grow it there safely, but like the idea of buying from dispensaries to sell somewhere else seems like, I don't know, you're not making a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't remember the crux of like the deal. Maybe it was like I'm getting a huge amount from a friend of mine who owns a dispensary. Once I heard the business plan, I was checked out. Yeah, no, thank you. Not going to be involved in this. Yeah, let me just throw you $1,000 of my fucking enterprise rent-a-car money that I'm floating in. Clearly, like,
oh, that's sticky. We're enterprise because we're gonna need a lot of cars.
We're gonna need a lot of cars. Can you get us a deal? Can you put your employee code on the fucking Yukon that you're gonna ruin on the way there?
Discount, right? Dude, I want to tell my story. So this guy wrote to me in the last year or two. I'm trying to anonymize it a whole bunch. And he was like an acquaintance of mine that I used to see. I probably seen him 15 times total. And we would talk, but not like hang or like, I didn't think we were particularly close. And he says, Matt. Already he's calling me Matt, right? We're tight like this because all my good friends call me Matt. Sadly, I'm stuck in a state in America. My wife is not doing well. She's losing weight and she's at 97 pounds now. Currently, I'm full-time caregiving and it has me in a bind. Is there any chance you could spot me $200 until the 1st? I can return it as soon as our check hits. I don't ask this lightly. Full-time caregiving is killing me. We do Cash App, Venmo, Zelle. If you can help me, please let me know. And then he says goodbye. It's a weird spot for me, right? Everyone knows I have $200. Like I could, but I barely know this guy and I haven't talked to him in 5 years and he reaches out and asks for $200. And I'm like, what is the even ethical thing to do? What am I supposed to do? I don't know. Like, why don't you guys answer first? What would you do?
Break him down an interest and payback plan.
No, I'm good.
Really? No, I would just not respond. I haven't talked to this person in half a decade and they're coming to me asking for money. It's like, I would feel bad for them, but like, I'm not going to get involved. I don't know.
The reason I'm struggling to answer the question is like, I don't have a face to put it to, like in my life. Like if I had an individual, like there are people that could ask and I absolutely wouldn't. And then there are people that would ask and I'd be like, it would be awkward. And I'd probably just like lie or something or be like, what for? Or like talk it out more. And then there's people I would definitely just ignore. Like it really just depends on who it is.
What I did is I mentioned I have a friend, he rented that beach house. He's very wealthy, much more so than me. And I was like, dude, I need ethics advice. Like this guy needs money. I have money, but we're not friends or anything. And he's just like hitting me up randomly asking for cash. What would you do? And he's like, I read that message. It looked like he copied and pasted that to a lot of people.
Hey, you know what? We did this already.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wonder if I came up with the same conclusion the first time.
Well, I don't know. I'll fast forward to the end then. I apologize for anyone who's heard this before, but I ended up not giving the money. He was like, this is a copy paste. It's not really about you. But yeah, it's weird. If $200 really stretched me, it'd be easy to say no.
That's what I noticed when you read it just then, was when he listed like 3 or 4 different like ways to pay him. That's sketchy. I only didn't mention it because like you were like, oh, and this is a person he knew, like, and then I'm like foggy about just how well they know each other. So I don't know. But like if I'm asking someone for some money, in that initial message is not the 4 odd different ways that I'll take the payment. It's like, however you can get the money to me is how I want the money. Like I'm not going to be like, yeah, the ways where you can't get it back and there's very little record. Hey, could you see crypto?
He wasn't hacked though, because he mentioned my name. He put his own name, and I anonymized the name of his wife. Like I didn't include it, but he did. So it wasn't like, some random.
What's wrong with the wife?
I'll tell you privately.
Oh shit! You make it. Well, God damn it! Now you're pulling me back the other way. Apparently whatever's wrong with this guy's wife is so bad it's unspeakable. So I'm like, now I'm thinking, God damn, maybe they need the $200. It sounds like that like Hitler raped her in the face with a flamethrower or something. I don't know what happened, but it sounds awful.
Look, if that's the case, give her the money.
But he really should give her the money, shouldn't he?
Yeah. Why stop at 200?
I should have introduced him to you, Taylor.
If you really want to make an impact in these people's lives, that you're going to have to definitely break into the 4 or 5 figure range.
Yeah.
That is also curious, where it's like, I have a huge medical bill. I'm going to need $200. Like, what's that for parking?
The payback on the first implied to me he needed it to make ends meet. Like he had to buy food between now and the first or something.
Oh, they're eating good.
I don't know.
It's all insulin. He hasn't eaten in a fortnight.
Dude, did you see the Democrats pass something to make insulin cap at $35?
They tried.
I was like, just a week ago, I'm like, I give up. They're both the same. And then every single Republican, I think maybe all but 2 Republicans voted against it.
Such a joke.
And the Democrats, and I was like, what? I guess not the same.
Are you diabetic?
Oh, and weed decriminalization. What happened with that? I know the Democrats passed weed decriminalization. Republicans generally didn't. But it did get through the House, I think. And I don't know
it goes to the Senate at some point whenever they feel like hearing it, I would imagine.
Who controls the Senate? Is it Democrats or is it tied?
The Democrats have the tiebreaker. So it's 50-50, but the VP is the tiebreaker.
Oh, push that shit through.
You'd think. Yeah, but then it's going to be like one dude, probably Manchin or Sinema, who just isn't for it.
Oh, I don't even know who those people are, but I believe it. I totally believe all the Republicans who 80% of them need insulin. Like they're so fucking fat. Like they don't care though. It is bullshit. Like gouging people on insulin is fucked.
Yes, and the EpiPens was a big thing. I don't know if they cured. They not cured. Whatever, sorted that out yet.
Yeah, I'm still thinking that like there's gonna be like a shortage of wheat like this fall. Like I just don't see how there couldn't be. If like,
I read somewhere fertilizer was a bigger issue than the wheat itself, but who knows? I don't know what to believe.
That's great. Yeah,
fertilizer seems real important.
You know who's gonna make the big bucks? People with extra chicken shit laying around.
Yeah. All the geniuses who have been hoarding huge amounts of nitrogen-rich fertilizer on their property in secret.
Exactly.
For years.
Kyle's going to be heir to the
I don't have any.
fortune.
I don't know why you're saying those things. I don't have anything of the sort.
Oh, he definitely doesn't have rooms and rooms and an entire basement filled with chicken shit.
I don't have a basement.
He doesn't have any chicken shit stored in the guest room, the dining room.
Well, the chicken shit is its own thing. I have nothing to do with chicken shit.
You just have an underground silo of savings.
No. Talk about ammonium nitrate. I don't want to hear that.
So this is, I'll put the tweet in there. A little update, Zach, you can show this, of our buddy Harley with Sam Hyde. They're there, they're training, and put that picture up when you can, Zach. So there's the first picture on. I had to go to Sam's one of his 50 banned Instagrams that he's worked around on, but he said he's using that hammer for Harley's situational awareness training. He says it's time to hammer him up. You can also see that he's holding something to keep his fingerprints off the hammer. And then the second photo is implying that home defense pepper gel is going to play a part in getting Harley ready for this match.
Dude, I'm going to buy that shit right now. It's made by Saber Red. That's a good brand.
I have a question about Sam's glasses in the right picture. Are they actually different sizes, left versus right? Oh, can you show the other picture, Zach? You can hit the little right arrow. Boop. Are those glasses different sizes?
So like something about the photos Sam will upload is he'll like intentionally put bad focal points and like edit things slightly to like look bizarre. And so, or it could just be that he's a weird looking dude.
Zach, can you please go back to the other picture? Is that what that is? Is it?
It looks like the focal point is too close. And so it's like stretching his face backwards and like ballooning the glasses out.
I can't tell, but I see your point. Like it's possible that one is just a completely different diameter.
I know what you're saying. It looks like
because the eyes look about the same.
Either thing is a likely option. It could be either one.
There's a YouTube short I saw today that Harley uploaded, and it was Harley like trying to get a response from Sam, and Harley being like filming him like, Sam, you're a big dude. You're bigger than you told me you were. You're as big as I am. And like, because it's a meme. Sam Hyde lies about being shorter than he is, and it's Harley going like this 5 times. Sam, look at me. Sam, look at me. And Sam's like looking around like at other stuff on the floor. And then he's like, Sam, please look at me. And he finally looks at him and the video ends. And it's just like, he's just dealing with that. It's so fucking funny. I can't wait to see Harley absolutely maul this guy with the support of, with the expert training of Sam. It's going to be great.
I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, can we talk UFC?
Yeah, sure.
So, Kyle, we talked about Chimaev a little bit. I'm kind of looking forward to the Petr Yan, but his name, Aljamain Sterling. What is Sterling's first name?
Aljamain Sterling, and it's Pate. It's like a Petor or Pate. How does that fucking Russian?
Oh, Petr. Yeah. So Petor. Sterling versus Yan. This is an interesting fight. So they met before the first time. Kyle probably knows this, but for the audience's benefit, Petr Yan, just work with me on the names, and Sterling, Yan got the best of him. Like, you can't find 10 seconds in a row where Sterling looked like the better fighter. Yan was just taking it to him. And I forget how many rounds it went, but call it 4. I don't know, something like that. And so the white guy was just beating him every moment of that fight virtually. And then at one point, Sterling, who's on the right, the black guy, is down on his knees, and Petr Yan knees him in the head. So then that's illegal. And the ref turns to Sterling, this is the black guy on the right of the picture, and says, can you continue? And he knows, if I can't, the other guy gets disqualified, and I become champion of the world. Champion of the world. And with the champion doesn't just come prestige like you might think. That they get, like, I think, pay-per-view points. I don't know if every champion is the same contract. And but there's definitely a lot of money involved in getting the belt. I know that the Venom deal, what used to be
it's a whole different contract. It's good stuff.
It's good stuff. This is life-changing money. And all he has to do is say, I can't go on. And keep in mind, he's just had his butt beaten for all this time. It's not his night. We all know it's not his night. We know it's not going his way. But he made the business decision and said, give me that belt. Well, initially, everyone hated him for it. They were very angry at this guy, Sterling on the right, because they're like, you're not a champion. You lost that fight. We all watched it. We all saw you lose. That is not what winning a fight looks like. And he was like, yeah, I'm injured. I can't go on. Then he changed his tune. Then he just started leaning into it. He's like, I'm going to beat this guy down. That guy was so scared of me, he had to find a way out of the fight. That's why he needed me in the head. He knew I was about to whoop his ass. Yeah. So he found an exit door.
I've seen his Instagram videos making fun of this. Like he's leaned completely into it.
and everybody loves him. Now he's the underdog, but he may have to pay for his jokes.
Oh, I don't love him. I think he's a bitch, and I hope that Pistol Pete, as I like to call him, puts a real painful whooping on him. I look forward to that. But the people's main event is Khamzat. Like that's the fight. That's if I could only see one of the fights that's happening that night, it would be it. The girls fight, it's maybe Tisha Torres and it's two pretty girls, which is
Mackenzie Dern.
Yeah.
Mackenzie doesn't look pretty in this picture, but I agree with you. I think of her as one of the prettiest girls.
I saw them at the presser, sitting across from each other. Both of them looked great. Well,
okay.
One of them has a big head, but
yeah, I'm with you on the people's main event concept. This Khamzat versus Gilbert Burns, Khamzat Chimaev. Khamzat? It looks like Khamzat, and then Chimaev. Anyway, this guy has my interest. He's 10-0, so it's confusing when I say he hasn't beaten anybody, but he hasn't faced top competition. But people who seem to be able to break down fighters say he's the guy. They're talking about title shots for him, even though he hasn't beaten a ranked opponent. Now he's going up against the number 2 guy, not just ranked, but like the top of the rankings. And if he wins
Gilbert Burns is number 2?
Yeah, I'm confirming that. Yeah, I'm right.
Wow, I had no idea.
Yeah,
I knew he was a ranked opponent, but I didn't know he's second.
So number 2 is kind of 3. It goes champion 1, 2.
Oh no, I feel you. But
yeah.
Like number.
Sometimes I say things for the listeners.
Yeah. Wow, I'm even more excited now. This is a huge test for him.
Yes. Yeah. So
I saw them meet each other in a hallway, and they were super friendly. But Khamzat is like got that jokey kind of weird way about it. And he's like, you look small, brother. You look weak, brother. You need a banana or some chocolate because he's all dehydrated, for the weight cut. He's like, show me your power. And like, I think he wanted to like bear hug each other and squeeze. I think that's what he wanted. He's like, show me your power. And like reached out and he's like, I'll show you on Saturday. He's like, show me your power. And he's like indignant. And then at the press conference, they're like, what do you think's going to happen? He's like, I saw him yesterday. And I told him, show me your power. He would not. It's like, this
if
guy
he asked me to show him my power, I'd be like, let's Hogan. I'm all out of power. I don't know.
I can't remember. I can't remember the name of the female fighter, but she was talking about how he is like in the gym. She's like, he just comes up to me and says, "What's up?" And then like shin on shin kicks me, and I'm hopping around, and he just walks the right way laughing. He's like, he's always trying to wrestle. And I'm just like, we're in the sauna. Maybe later.
Just want some naked, slippery wrestling.
He just apparently like always
on
wants
his side.
to like, yeah, me too. No, she was not complaining in like a sexual kind of way. She was just saying like he's just like always wanting to like fight, even if it's a jokey fight kind of guy all the time. He seems really funny. I agree with Daniel Cormier. He needs to like stop being in front of the camera so much and be more of a mystery because that's what he's been up until now. And now he just kind of seems like Darren Till's goofy roommate.
Yeah, I saw him and Darren Till just like they're like talking on FaceTime or something, but it's getting recorded. And he's like, Khamzat, like, what would you do if this? And he just randomly has like a 12-inch Bowie knife that he pulls out. He's like, oh, I would do this. And it's like, Jesus, this guy's psycho. I don't know. I like him on social media with Till, but I can see the other argument too.
Yeah, Cormier was trying to make it out like they were gay or something on his show. He's like, "What is this? What is this? You guys are like always hugging. You're like close and you're kissing." And Khamzat was perfect. It was like, "Yeah, I've seen you do all that with Khabib all the time. You and Khabib hugging and kissing." And he's like, "All right, but do you think it's a good idea?" Like he's just trying to like change the subject right away.
Do you remember when he got Luke Rockhold to say he loved him?
Yeah. MMA is a weird place, but it's been good. I'm afraid that like if Dana White weren't in the sport, it would be shitty. I really think it would be. I think that he is the guy who's close enough to like what the people want, and like he's right there between like giving us and I don't know the people who own that multi-billion-dollar corporation, and he's able to really shape the product in a way that's awesome. And like you bitch and moan about fighter pay all you want. I don't give a shit how much money they make. I want to see them beat each other up. Pay them less.
I think that Dana White is not the only person or even the best person at giving the fans what they want.
Oh, no.
I agree they give the fans what they want by and large. They try to make it happen. But everyone knows what the fans want. I can go to Reddit. I feel like I know what the fans want. I feel like I could match these people up. And what Dana did is he made the sport profitable and he grew it at a time that was hard to do. But
I think he did that by making a good product.
I agree. And he also did that by keeping them in the black, which people not accountants. That means they made money. He kept the company profitable throughout this period of growth and reinvestment. And that's hard to do, and I admire it. But now they are in a bigger sort of already succeeded zone, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. I think there's a lot of people who could make good matchups, but probably wouldn't tighten the screws so much on every athlete. I think.
I'm happy with that. I think that if you pay them too much, they won't fight as much. They there's a reason we see Conor McGregor every 2 or 3 years, because they pay him $10 million every time he shows up. You pay him less is what I say. They should.
I think you're right. I've said that before. I'm sorry to cut you off. I said that before, and I forgot that point. If you make it, they will fight less, and they will become prima donnas.
You know who the best factory workers in the world are? The Chinese. They're also the lowest paid, okay? They live in that dark little dungeon eating their cup of noodle, right? Triple bunk beds. I saw them the other day. It was great. I saw this video. They had to use a flashlight to show you the living conditions, right? So they turned the light on, and all these dirty Chinamen are in these like quadruple bunk beds in this like God knows what floor. And they're all eating like cup of noodle with fucking chopsticks and shit. And they're like shying away from the light like something out of an X-Files episode.
On the other hand, I can buy a backpack for $9.99 somehow.
Get that Amazon Basics. That shit,
yeah, right.
That shit is so cheap. Like,
do you know about?
What this coffee cup was a penny? It was a penny.
You were talking about China fucking sucking like that. Have you heard of the 996 work system in China that some areas do?
Tell me.
It'll ring a bell.
It means you work 9 to 9 or 12-hour shifts 6 days a week. So 9 to 9 every day but one day. Yeah, so they still get a day off.
2 hours a week.
So you're telling me that they spend half their time lazing about and one day out of the week they don't do shit?
When you frame it like that, it is pathetic. with work culture like that, they should be passing us by every metric. Soon. That would be horrible.
They can work harder than that. You could easily do 16 hours a day. And I don't know about this day off thing.
Depends on what you call work. I've talked about how I work long hours before, and while it was true, some of those hours were live streaming Minecraft. I had a genius programmer sysadmin in Australia, but he was young and he really only worked if you stayed on the call with him. I'm sure the adult version of him is better now.
Well, I'm not looking for any Chinese Twitch streamers. I'm going to give him a lash.
I would just stay on the call till like 5 a.m. because he's in Australia. 6 a.m. babysitting him while he worked. And it's easy hours, but it's a lot of hours. And so you can work a lot of hours if they're like that. If it's literally digging holes or whatever, then you can't work that much.
Yeah, this is Chinese factory work. I'm pretty sure like most of those videos I see with people getting sucked into lathes and exploding, these are like Chinese factories.
Yeah.
That one where the guy is on top of that gas turbine or whatever, and he's like goofing around with it, and then all of a sudden he just like explodes.
And then, I don't want to watch that.
I've sent it to you with no warning before, but like all the pieces of him rain down like confetti, and all of his coworkers are like, "The fuck happened to Chang?" It happens so quick. It's 0 to 1,000,000 instantaneously. He's just like fucking around, and then he's dead. He's so dead.
Ugh, those lathes are really scary.
Oh, it wasn't a lathe. It was some sort of like. It was like
turbine,
a big.
You said.
I don't know what it was. I don't know how to describe it.
Fan?
It's a gigantic like tank of gas. Let's call it that. And then he's like messing by a portal on top of it, like a door. And then maybe it ignited on the inside. And so there was an explosive fireball that was focused directly into him, like the size of a manhole cover. And he just vaporizes. And like the pieces of him fall from the ceiling. It's wild.
It's probably a very quick way to go.
Oh, the quickest. It's how I want to go.
Really? You
Yeah.
want to be splattered about? I figured you'd be one of those leave a pretty corpse people.
Oh no. See, when you go in that coffin, they seal those things up hermetically and everything. Like the worms can't even get to you. So you're just in there all petrified.
Did you hear about that mortician in like Cincinnati who they found had been like raping every corpse for like 30 years?
Is it called rape if they're dead? Isn't it
No.
defiling?
It might be.
You don't rape a corpse.
Isn't that like, I made that up, but isn't that believable? Like that someone would do that?
That someone would rape a corpse?
Yeah, there's definitely guys like that out there.
You're assuming the corpse didn't consent, and I think that's bold.
You know how it just so happens that so many priests happen to be pedophiles? I would imagine that the same is true for morticians and necrophilia. And look, God bless them, because I don't want to deal with that morbid shit. All right. If what you need to get through another day of sucking body fluids out of loved ones and sewing eyelids shut or whatever the fuck, if what you need to get through that day is like cornholing some old black lady when nobody's around, get after it. And look, if it falls to me to be that black lady you cornhole, then get after it. You know?
Yeah.
This is why I'm choosing cremation, among other reasons. They can't get you.
Among other reasons? What are the other reasons for cremation?
I think it's just easier on everybody. Like you saw that rapper this week who had the funeral and he was like fucking taxidermy, like chilling with his homies again.
That's
right?
upsetting. Yeah.
Did you see that?
The one with the Xbox controller?
Try to find us a picture of that, Zach.
That's my next business idea, Taylor. People are going to do lines of blow off my corpse for $100 a bump.
Nobody
money in the grave, baby.
Exactly. I got to provide for the family after I'm gone, and I'm going to do it with my corpse.
Jackie's like, all right, $15 and you get half an hour with the body. Like,
I only want 5 minutes.
$15. It was 100 3 weeks.
Yeah,
but he's blown out now.
Check this out. This is his funeral. He is dead.
They put him standing up.
That is a dead body that is standing up.
He's got a Burger King crown on.
He has he is it is his day.
Man.
He's in a club. Okay.
Oh, that's ruining everyone else's evening.
He's in the club there, but like they moved the body from like to the wake and then to like I saw that body propped up and sitting down. Like they moved it around everywhere. It's literally, have you ever heard the country music song? It's like, prop me up beside the jukebox if I die.
Mm-hmm. No.
How does it go?
For those of you audio only, boys, Taylor opened his mouth, inhaled, and like drew back a pointy finger, leaned forward and said no in a way that crushed my soul.
I thought that was funny. Just like getting you. No.
I was like, awesome. He's heard the song.
No, I haven't.
God damn it.
I want to find more images of this guy. Do they have him doing anything else? Because you've seen the original one.
I saw him sitting.
Have you? No, is that a different guy? Because there's the guy from a couple of years ago who was like, it was a black guy who was sitting down holding like a PlayStation controller, but he was dead.
You know, I had no idea that another black man had been taxidermied recently. So it's possible. I saw a couple images today and I just assumed it was all the same rapper who had been taxidermied and you know, propped up.
It might be. Zach, see if you can find that image of the guy who's dead sitting down, like obviously limply holding an Xbox controller.
Oh, by the way, that little video I sent you today of the horse going crazy with the guy on the back, that was a dead body. That was supposed to be that was like a funeral ceremony. That was like his last like horse ride or something, like one of those ceremony type things.
Went poorly.
He's like grandpa's gonna ride his horse one last time type deal. And then the horse went crazy and he landed face down in the mud.
I saw that video that you sent me. That's actually better. I thought that was a living person who was already injured and died after being thrown from the horse.
I just say, dude is looking pretty fresh. Like his sneakers are brand. Look at the bottom of those Air Forces, right?
Brand spanking new.
Brand spanking new. His boys did him right. He's got, and I bet he's getting married with those Jordans or whatever on that pedestal over there.
Oh, he's got. I'm sure what are his like favorite snacks on that table. Oh, that's sad.
Is that a Clark bar? What the fuck?
I don't know if it. I don't think they make Clark bars anymore. Do they?
Yeah,
I thought that was a candy of the past.
No, I had one the other day. It's a peanut buttery, wafery type thing. It's pretty good.
Well, I think those are Lay's original flavor. Solid pick. I love Lay's. Yes, this is the one I was thinking of.
This is a different guy. He's got some like, is that Boo-Berry or something? Like chocolate? No, that's Chocolate Chip Crunch. That's the Cookie Monster cereal.
It's got that Barks root beer there.
Oh, yeah. Does he? That's my favorite root beer. That's the best root beer. Got some nacho cheese Doritos.
This guy was a man of class.
He's got his slides on. Like what's he got up there? He's got is that Xbox or PlayStation?
I think it's. Oh, I have no idea. The Xbox, please. I don't know.
He's got his earbuds in. That's pretty slick. No, we're looking at taxidermied black people. What do you like? This is the new thing. You like. They prop you up like you're still alive at your weight.
I'm way ahead of you.
According to these two examples, it's a new thing.
Why are you ruining this for me?
He doesn't believe that.
If I knew that this is a business that I have been trying to get into for a while. I'm going to provide a service, a one-stop shop for we will taxidermy your loved one. We will have a fashion consultant come to your home or with him. To his home with you, and we'll go through his wardrobe. All right, going to pick out a couple different looks, up to 4. We have a couple different packages, and we're just going to do a whole photo shoot, and we'll sell prints of that. But we're also going to style him up at the weight in different ways, however you'd like. Get creative with it, depending on what the guy was into in real life.
I know for a fact if a loved one of mine died, and they got taxidermied with like their favorite things,
you'd feel like you're able to connect with them that one last time.
You stole the words out of my mouth. Yes, yes, I would want to like feel the lack of warmth.
And by connect with them,
no. We warmed them up, so
Big
we
hugs.
have a system. Yeah. We have a system where there will be a catheter in the jugular and another one in the groin. Okay. And we are going to be cycling warm water through your loved one. Okay. For extra, we'll make it purple drink.
Don't go to Kyle's cheesy business because I will microwave your loved ones.
Don't
and make
do that.
Them hot. I will get he gets lukewarm.
Hot and ready.
One, quite frankly.
That's what hot and ready taxidermy.
I will microwave your loved ones to the point where they can warm up your coffee if you put it on their lap.
Oh God.
This would be like a prank channel should do this where they're like, all right, I'm a rich millionaire YouTuber and my grandma died. What my family doesn't know is when I offered to handle the funeral, we're going to do things a little differently. Remember to like and subscribe. And it's like her like descending like an angel from the rafters or something.
Dude, did you, speaking of like rich YouTubers doing crazy shit, did you see the guy like jump the Tesla?
He jumped.
On the maybe it was a San Francisco street.
Yeah, he jumped a Tesla like up. You know how some hills are in streets. How like he jumped it with a Tesla going like 120 or something, and like plowed into some innocent people's cars and fucked them all up. Totaled the Tesla. The jump was outrageous. The amount of air he got, because those things are like spaceships already. They go so goddamn fast, so quick. He got so much air. It was.
I don't know. He really didn't build up to it, right? The move was to hit it at 15, to hit it at 25, to see what's what. This guy just hit it. Okay.
100 miles an hour.
Here's the caveat. Maybe I hope you don't know. Taylor might like this. It was a rental.
Hit it hard. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Dude, that photo on the right is like a UFO.
It's like
that is so much higher than it was in my memory.
If he asked you to ride along, would you go?
No.
I would 100% go.
Taylor, here's my question. If I bought the insurance before I rented it, how do things work out for me?
If you don't show them this photo, you're fine.
They know. It became a big deal. It became a real big deal.
It got kind of viral.
Of course, yeah, they would.
The reason that guy did that is because a YouTuber kind of put him up to it. I don't remember the finer details, and they're irrelevant. But the individuals whose cars got hit made their own YouTube videos where they're like, "Hey, I'm not a famous YouTuber or anything, but One was up the street from me last night, and he had some jackass jump a rental Tesla like Batman and right to the back of my Jeep Wrangler. So here I am out of Jeep Wrangler, and it's just like, oh, I think they got in some trouble. I don't know what ended up happening, but I would absolutely ride shotgun for that because I'm guessing.
Is he okay?
I bet he's fine. I'll tell you what I would do. I'd throw on some catcher knee pads because that's what always gets hurt. You slide and you hit your knees on the shit, and a helmet, and you'd be fine.
Maybe. I mean, that's a lot of air.
Oh, I would have gotten more. He kind of pulled it out. He needed to hit that thing going 100 miles per hour. I don't know how fast he was going, but like I feel like he could have gotten more air. Like you're only going to do this once. You are never going to rent a car again after this. There's going to be some kind of alert when you try to rent a car in the future. They'll be like, oh, there'll be a URL with that video attached every time you try to rent a car.
Dude, we used to like sit there on the little system when we were bored and look up celebrities' names and see who was on the do not rent list. Yeah.
Can I read this? The rented 2018 Tesla was abandoned at the scene. There is currently no description of the driver, police said. LAPD said the driver, who remains on the loose, will face hit and run charges. There's a $1,000 reward for anyone who provides information leading to the offender's identification, apprehension, conviction, and resolution through a civil compromise. Jesus fuck! They have a high bar. If I just point at the guy, I want $1,000. Don't tell me you need identification, apprehension, conviction, or resolution. Jesus. But they don't know who it is. The guy got away with it, it would seem.
For now.
I mean,
or I guess, yeah, that does seem pretty finite.
So
definitive, rather.
There is like whoever rented it was associated with the YouTuber in some way, and whoever was driving it was probably also associated with the YouTuber one way. That was probably his Jeremy, and so Jeremy jumped the thing and then left as he was always going to. And they got their fucking clip. I don't know how many views that has. I don't know if it provided any bad will toward him as a YouTuber, but pretty badass if you ask me. They jumped that fucking thing.
When you said that they were going to jump the car, have you seen those videos of people letting a car speed towards them and then they try and jump over it? Yeah, there are some really cool videos of that, but I saw one recently. It was with the Tesla. That's what I thought you were talking about, where the guy jumps way too late and like gets flipped and clipped, like both shins broken, could have died. And you kind of deserve it.
I wanted to do that in a video one time, but I wanted to like run up the front of a car. Like the car was going to drive at me and I was going to run at the car and I was going to try to time it right. So I could take like 2 steps. So I wanted to like step on the hood with 1 step and then maybe 1 more and just jump and let the car go under me. Stupid idea, I know, but we're making a YouTube video. We're gonna get paid a lot of money, so let's try some. Break a leg, it would be worth it. If we get a cool shot out of it. And that's when Jeremy went and like took my test car and did donuts, and like the dirty fuel got mixed in and went into and stopped up the fuel filter, and now we didn't have a car. So I took his car away from him, and we blew up his car that day. That was that time. And by his car, I mean my car that I had lended to him on a permanent basis.
That'll show him.
Yeah.
Like, it did show him. Then I had to go pick him up when I needed him to work for me. Showed him good.
Did you get him a new car?
Fuck no, I didn't get him a new car. I had to blow up my I had paid like $3,500 for that thing.
Oh, Kyle, you just muted yourself.
Yeah.
Or maybe when he touched the
mic
or thing.
Something.
Yeah.
There he
back.
is.
No, it was almost worth it. For him to like fuck up the initial car I was going to blow up, to see the look on his face when I was like, all right, get your shit out of my car, get your shit out of the Pathfinder. We're blowing it up. He's like, ha, and I'm like, we're blowing that fucking car up today. You know what we're doing? We were working for a movie for like White House Down or something like that, or the Discovery Channel or something. I'm like, today's film day. We're blowing that fucking car up. Now you don't have a car. Find somebody to get you back to your house after this. It was almost worth it. Who lost the car? The authorities actually took that car and tested it for high explosives. That car explosion is a big part of what like got me on the radar with them in some way, because it was so fiery and beautiful. I did such a good job with that explosion. I believe
the Pathfinder explosion.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. we got that big orange, bright fireball. It was pretty. But I guess it looked like high explosives to some people. It was tannerite.
Probably they weren't. Oh, it was
100% tannerite. I know exactly how much and exactly how much diesel and gasoline I used. I remember well. In any case, because we had the Pathfinder, I still wanted to try the thing where I ran up the hood, but it was a fucking SUV. So instead, I took one step off the bumper and tripped and rolled into the windshield with my back, broke the windshield, and the glass cut my back. So we nixed that whole idea and just I think we like faked it with some like we made it funny, like silly, like clearly we're faking it now when I'm jumping over a car kind of thing. Like we just made it silly instead of serious.
I wanted to know before, because I know we're near the end. Last week, Kyle, you talked about your new hobby you're going to start.
Yes.
Have you expanded your horizons to anything beyond the coding and the piano, or are you still set on one of those?
I think I'm leaning away from coding because like I saw some people in the Discord have like this overly passionate discussion about whether I would actually like coding or not. And I decided I just didn't want to be involved with something as controversial as coding. Jesus fucking Christ, y'all. So I think I'm just going to shut up about my hobbies in the future and just do it on my own so that nobody gets angry. I'll go buy a piano and I won't tell anybody which one I bought. And I'll play it by myself. That's probably the best thing to do.
Until you get really good. And then you can blow everybody's pants off.
No, I'll never share my talent.
I'll never share my talent that I'm considering maybe starting to
learn. my potential possible future talent. Oh, I'm going to talk about this show. Did you ever get? I know you've seen the first 3 seasons of Snowpiercer, the TV show. Have you started on the 4th season?
No, I haven't bought the 4th one yet. You said it was good, not great. And that's kind of been the nature of the whole show. Good, not great. But it holds my attention. And like it's one of those shows where the premise and kind of the limited structure they have to all behave within is super fascinating.
Yeah.
Like I like those movies where it's like they're trapped in a situation, they can't leave, and you have to make do with what's here. And so that by itself drags me along for it. And Sean Bean, I like him and everything.
I like Sean Bean. I think he's very good in it. Season 4, I don't want to spoil anything, I guess, but I'll say the ending means that season 5 is going to be really different. Season 5 is going to be really, really different. Every huge, massive, gargantuan changes at the end of season 4. Completely
I hope
different
they don't
show.
Kill the main guy, but we'll
completely
see.
Different show now. A whole different show.
I still need to get
in a bad
through
way.
Last Empire.
I mean, we'll see. I don't know. It's just been okay for a long time. It's just a nice little sci-fi show to pass the time. It's just okay. I wish it seems like they made all their bad guys good guys because they all have to live on the train together. They've had to make peace with the bad guys so many times that it's like we're all kind of just frenemies now. Like we all want the same thing. It's just who gets to hold the fucking steering wheel at this point. And it's not, and we're not trained, so it doesn't even fucking matter.
Who cares? just let whoever the best behaved little boy is steer the train.
The whole premise of this season is that we think there might be a safe place to go to, but it might be risky to go there, like down on the Horn of Africa. And they normally don't take that track, like down into Africa. They just continue through Europe, I guess, and like past Egypt. But like half the train wants to take this risky trip to the Horn of Africa where it might be a little bit warmer. And the other half is like, that's a death sentence. We will fight to the death to prevent it. So one of those things happens.
Well, I will end up watching it.
Pretty good. It's an okay show in general. I like the cast. I can't think of Pretty White Lady. Jennifer Connelly. Jennifer Connelly's awesome. So I think she carries the show for me.
I haven't watched. I'm like 3 episodes into season 5 of Last Kingdom.
Yeah.
And I haven't watched an episode in the better part of a week. I am losing interest rapidly in that show because nothing that was really important last season or the season before is even like addressed now. It's just all of it is Uhtred doing the only accent by himself, demanding Bebenberg be given to him for his sacrifice for England, even though many times I have decided to fuck England. And it's like,
that's a pretty good Uhtred of Bebenberg. I'm gonna let you guys out there, the uninitiated, you people who don't watch this show, that's pretty good Uhtred.
Pretty good. You'll notice who Uhtred is because he's the only guy that sounds like that. None of the other Vikings. The other Vikings are like, "Hey, Uhtred, where are we headed? We are headed down to Bebenberg." It's like, just don't point it out. Yeah. I need to do a little higher, but that's
no. It'd be up to Bebenberg.
Up to Bebenberg. Yeah. We're still not at Bebenberg. I don't think we're ever going to make it.
It's the last episode.
Of course. And like, it's almost like a video game where he'll be like, this time I am not just fighting normal Vikings, I'm fighting Ugnar the Slayer. Yeah. And then he kills Ugnar the Slayer, and then Vlad the Impaler comes up and he's like, this Vladimir the Impaler makes Ulag look like a bitch. I have no chance against him. And it's like, and how many times in that series can the King of England or wants to be England be like, Uhtred betrayed me the last 3 out of the 5 times we've worked together. We got to use Uhtred as our messenger here. It's like, sir, I don't know if we should send someone who has a foot in both camps to be our emissary to the Viking lords. And he's like, if you ask me another question, I'll have you beheaded. Uhtred is our friend this episode. So, and it's just back and fucking forth. And they still trust him. These fuckers in England deserve every bit that's coming to them. Like, he should have been excised a long time ago.
I'm glad it's over.
And the back rationalization of like, why can't we kill Uhtred? He's a danger to our society. And he's like, because we need men of action. Okay, you have a whole army, Lord, with many men who've committed many actions. He's like, no, we're not going to get ratings that way. Send this erratic loser.
And like, they can't even explain like what's so cool about Uhtred because he's not smart. And he seems like he's a good sword fighter. He's an okay leader, but he's terrible at making like big decisions, it seems like. And he's just retarded. Like, he's slow. Like he's easy to get one over on. He's almost never the guy who's like, those are the heroes that I like. I like the heroes that are like, got a little bit of trickery. Sure. Well, he's not really a hero. He's just a really cool, sneaky character. But like, who was it's in the Odyssey. What's the king that's going back to his wife?
Odysseus,
when he's like dealing with the I like characters like that. That like most of the time he's not gonna like arm wrestle his problems into submission. He's gonna like think his way out of them. Like when he told the Cyclops his name was nobody.
Yeah, and that works, and it's a more endearing character. Whereas Uhtred, like I'm like getting frustrated at the show as I'm watching because it'll be like someone who's clearly Uhtred's enemy will be like, Uhtred, you need to go to the northern land. He'll even talk like this and be like, you must go to the northern lands and rescue your fair maiden. Dude. And he's like, but to do that, I have to abandon England. And then he just pensive about that for 2 seconds. And then he just leaves, says fuck you to everyone he was previously loyal to, each time for a bitch. Every time. Just give up on the show, if I'm being honest, because you're not going to like.
No, Taylor, you're committed. Stupid. You need to know how it ends.
Here's what you really need to do. You need to pick up Vikings. Vikings is good.
Is that the silly one?
No. Just
the Norseman.
It's called Vikings. No like extra letters or add-ons or numbers or like sub.
Except all the I's are ones.
All the I's are one, and the part that says kings is all bedazzled and shit. They're all black.
The S's are 5.
The Vikings, and it's the Vik. It's all right. Anyway,
is this better than Last Kingdom?
Is infinitely better. Season 1 of that is legit, like almost as good as like Game of Thrones type stuff. It's excellent. It's very, very good TV.
I feel like I started this and maybe just forgot to keep watching, thinking that it was The Last Kingdom. I'll check it out. Vikings are a cool little genre.
That's the best Viking show.
Doesn't seem like it gets explored very often.
That's the best Viking show. I don't remember when it gets bad. I do remember when it gets bad. There's a particular character, and he dies, and then it's like, all right, you can stop watching now. They go on for 3 or 4 more seasons with like the sons of like the main characters from the initial. Yeah, but it doesn't work as well. But the initial guy's badass. His wife's badass. His kids are badass. Like, it's great.
Can we new topic? Speaking of badass heroes, Will Smith has checked into rehab.
Speaking of badass here,
What's he in rehab for?
It's a luxury rehab because he's having a hard time dealing with the stress and anxiety from the backlash he's been getting.
I bet. I mean, I feel like he needs it. I wish him well.
Shouldn't slap Chris Rock. Everybody likes Chris Rock.
Yeah, everybody likes Chris Rock.
So I would say in the opening hours, opinions were kind of split, but they have definitely solidified on Will Smith is wrong, Chris Rock is right.
Yeah.
Am I on target there, or does
even Jada was like couldn't back it? Here's somebody who's wrong though. All right. Will Smith in the wrong for the slap. Jada Smith in the wrong for not sticking with him. All right. She was like,
stuck with her hardcore, right? He laughed at I'm sorry, cut you off, Kyle. He laughed at the joke initially. We all saw that. And people acted like, oh, he was not really upset. He was being insincere. Whatever. No, he just knew that socially the move was to laugh at yourself. That's what you do. You don't get up and fight typically every time someone makes a joke at your expense. Cool. And then maybe he saw she was upset or whatever. He decided to take action. She needs to stand by him. Or at the very least, like she didn't even go halfway, right? She could have said, anything. He did this for me. And, times have been tough for us, but I'll always know.
She could have made a joke.
Yeah, she's embarrassed him in public so many times.
Oh, have you ever heard him telling the story of her 40th birthday party?
No, I bet it's embarrassing for him.
Will Smith began planning. He told this story himself. So every word of this is from the horse's mouth. He started planning her 40th birthday party right after her 37th birthday. Mary J. Blige was in attendance. She sang. There was apparently it was this extravagant, ridiculous thing with celebrity guests and a whole thing. You know what she said? This is a monument to your arrogance. She said that to Will, something like that, like not verbatim, but basically that she hated it and told him that he was being arrogant or something for doing it.
That is so bitchy.
And you know what Will said? And she was right. And it's just oh,
why was she right?
I don't know.
I just see something on Newsweek here that says Will Smith called party he threw for Jada his quote low point. Doesn't seem like a low point. Seems like, based on what you're saying, you spent a lot of effort and time organizing a party for her, right?
But
seems like she does not like him at all.
A lot of clips came out where, in one of them, he's literally attacking a guy who has alopecia, and then when someone goes "ooh" to the joke, he goes, "Come on, it's just a joke." Like literally
about alopecia.
Yes, like he's on the Arsenio Hall show or something, and the drummer's got alopecia, and Will Smith makes a joke about how he has to wax his head every day or something like that. I think that's they think that's what those guys do. If you're and everybody went, oh, and he's like, come on, it's a joke. And
I think I saw that too. I didn't recognize that the drummer had alopecia, and alopecia I think covers normal men baldness, so I'm not sure if they were. But I think in that same clip, Kyle, he made fun of I guess the gay community was giving him a hard time. And this is a long time ago. He looked like he was an old teenager or in his early 20s. And, he's there with remember that guy who bitch slapped the woman in the leather jacket with the number 8 on the back?
Yeah.
He's dressed like that.
Okay.
He's in leather head to toes. And back when that was popular. And he's like, so gay people, this is what I want to say to you. I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings. I'm so sorry for that. Like he was doing his effeminate gay apology, but obviously mocking them. And it wasn't a cool thing to do. I'm certainly not on Team Smith in this issue. I'm also aware that was 30 years ago.
Yeah,
he was just.
I grew up back then. That was a Will Smith celebration of LGBTQ. For the times that's pretty light stuff. It's
incredibly light.
You could say whatever you wanted about that group.
It was on Reddit as him like being insensitive himself.
That's a bad example. They've had better ones. There's a couple of him saying some stuff. I don't give a shit anymore. Like look, we all agreed he did the wrong thing. Like it's. I wish he'd just be like, is it a hanging offense? That's one of my favorite scenes in Sopranos when like they had been ripping off Cable. Who's Tony's second in command with the awful hair that owns the strip club? He'd been stealing the cable from the construction site, and Tony had already warned him about it once, and he's basically admitting, like, yeah, I did it on purpose, right in front of you. I did it. Yeah, I disobeyed you, and I took the money. And Tony, he's like, is it a hanging offense? He's basically saying, you gonna kill me over it, Tony? And Tony's basically said, probably made about 15, 17 G's, huh? And he's like, yeah, I'll have your cut to you tomorrow. And that's it. I love that fucking show so much.
I need to rewatch
it. I'm so sad that the fucking.
Sometimes I like the way they do conflict resolution on that show. I was going to bring it up earlier, but I instead quietly waited for my turn and it passed. But they just like sort shit out sometimes real quickly and get to the bottom of it. I like it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
it wasn't that show. It was a movie involving gangsters, and you talked about debt and it just tied into this scene where guy owes him $20 and he's about to chase him down, but then the leader of the older, wiser mobster is like,
played by Joe Mantegna.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Was like, what's that guy owe you? $20? So now he's completely avoiding you. Do you like this guy? He's out of your life for $20. $20 well spent. Just let it go. He'll never come back to you. And it's better than beating him up and all the trouble that would have brought him.
Yeah, it's a good movie. Yeah, he's schooling that kid, but his dad back home doesn't like it too much.
Played by Joe De Niro. No, Robert De Niro.
Joe De Niro, the less known De Niro brother.
Listen, Joe De Niro.
I found out I mispronounced Morbius the entire movie review, which is on brand for my movie.
Wait, it was brand. Morbius?
I think it was, yeah.
I looked it up right away, but I didn't say anything.
Well, shit.
Yeah. I'm like, you know what? It's fine that way. So, and because Zach wrote Mobius in the chat, and he might all he did is write that word, which to me implied that was the right answer, but he might have been like Mobius LOL but it was text, so I didn't know.
Or he may have been trolling you. I believed him when he wrote it because I was like, it's Morbius, right? And then he wrote Mobius, and I was like, oh, okay.
So you interpret the same way I did. He might have been trolling me. I don't know.
Yeah, he trolled you. All right.
Well, let's call it a show.
That's a wrap.
Okay.
Check out all the things in the description. Buy our jizz pills. Get all your things down at the bottom.
Check them out. PKA $5.90.